We're seeing a little switch up here with the armored vehicles. One was in the driveway, one backed out, and now we see this other one driving back into this driveway here. And then we're seeing some lights being just moved around, shined on this home here, where they, again, law enforcement say Robert Card is.
And Alex, please feel free to interrupt us when you see something important that you think we need to know. And we're going to stick with this image here, but Chris Costa has now joined us on the desk as well. And Chris, you've been talking with other law enforcement. It seems like you have a little bit more information to add in here as well.
Just a little, not much, but here's what we can tell you. There are public documents that help us understand why police may be focused on this home. There are town of Bowdoin tax records that show that there is a property on the road where Alex is that belongs to someone by the name of Robert Card Sr. And it matches one of the addresses that we've been informed of that we might send a crew to. We believe Alex is at that home right now. Mm-hmm. We believe that's the reason the police have gone to this house, is they're maybe trying to draw a connection between who owns that home and potentially the suspect they are looking for being inside. Now, throughout this process, I've been trying to talk to law enforcement sources to get a better understanding of what exactly they're doing. The reason we can't tell you that is because they are concerned that if Robert Card is watching television right now,
right,
explaining what they are doing would give away their tactics,
right,
jeopardize the investigation, jeopardize the lives of the officers and the first responders trying to bring this situation to a peaceful end.
Right. We certainly don't want to do that.
No, obviously not. But it is helpful to understand that in these moments where it feels so tense, why there is a lack of information.
Right. There's clearly a plan set in place that they are putting in motion here that none of us know about, but that's probably also, Alex, why it's been so quiet where you are.
Exactly, yeah, and I had that thought. I'm glad Chris mentioned it. You know, we also want to, not give away law enforcement position, anything like that, for their safety in case Robert Card is watching TV. I want to remind people, that are watching, we are in this driveway at a neighbor's near this road, and there are just dozens of reporters, photographers here, so that's why you might hear some other noises. Other crews are working here delivering this news to folks. You might hear the noise of a helicopter that's been circling around. And we actually see, reporters just changing up positions, next to us to the left across the street. There's another field. We have a field in front of us, and then we have a field to our left. And, everyone's just trying to get the best positioned where you're not able to see too much because, again, we have this little hill in front of this home here that's kind of blocking our view. But we do have an armored vehicle in the driveway of this home, shining some light on this home where they believe Robert Card is. But other than that, we don't have much light here. We had that law enforcement officer come up to all us reporters earlier. I'm trying to check the time here. Might have been an hour ago. Brian, Amanda, if you know, correct me. It's kind of gone by fast here. But they came up to us a while ago, asked us all to turn our lights off because of a dangerous situation. I kind of crouched down because I wasn't sure what was going on, and got a little nervous ourselves. So we heard of this dangerous situation, and we slowly watched law enforcement approach this home here on Meadow Street in Bowdoin, and then they started communicating to Robert Card, who they say is in this home. They were asking him to come out into the driveway and stand in front of a truck that's supposedly in this driveway. We cannot see that truck because of that hill there blocking our view. They said that police were saying that they can guarantee Robert Card's safety. They were telling him that, and that they would not hurt him.
Alex, I just want to clarify with you. Has there been any indication from the law enforcement officers on scene that Robert Card is in fact in that home? Is there any confirmation of that right now?
So there's no confirmation. We're just hearing law enforcement say Robert Card's name. That was a little while ago. It's been quiet now, but a little while ago we heard them say, Robert Card, we know that you're in there. come out with your hands up. So they have not told us, hey, we know Robert Card is in this home, but it sounds like listening to them, they believe Robert Card is in this home here on Meadow Street.
We're going to take a brief pause here, Alex, just to listen to what's going on and to really get a sense of the scene.
With the town of Bowdoin. Where this is happening is about a 25-minute drive from Lewiston, where these double shootings happened last night. These two shootings on different locations happened last night. It's about 14 miles. And this is obviously where police are concentrating their efforts tonight, 25 hours now after the first 911 call about the shots fired at the bowling alley in Lewiston. And then just 12 minutes later, about 4 miles from there at a bar where 18 people in total have died and 13 were injured. And to bring up to speed, Alex Haskell is on this scene, and we're looking at video right now of where police have essentially surrounded a house in Bowdoin right now, which again is just about 25 minutes from Lewiston, where these just horrible scenes unfolded last night.
And Brian, it was just 1 minute ago we got an email from Shannon Moss. She is the public information officer for the Maine Department of Public Safety, and she did confirm that law enforcement officials are on the scene here on Meadow Road, executing several search warrants. Now, she said what we're hearing over that loudspeaker, that's standard search warrant announcements when executing a warrant to ensure safety of all persons involved in this scene right now. They are not sure, from what she's saying, whether Robert Card is in any of the homes that law enforcement do plan on searching, but they're simply doing their due diligence by.
And good to hear that this is standard. This is what they do. They show up and they make that announcement, which is what we were listening to a while ago, about a half an hour ago now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for just a tiny bit of context, one thing that's difficult about this, it could be frustrating, right, is the fact that it really is unknown whether or not Robert Card is inside that home. Right. I will say, from covering other situations of manhunts, particularly ones that have been mass shooting events, there have been times when federal law enforcement officials and regional, state, local have all surrounded a home, made these exact same calls, but there's been nobody inside the home. Mm-hmm. So this is not uncommon, just so our viewers understand. This is not a pinpoint, oh, yes, the suspect they're looking for is in this home. And that's what Shannon is reminding us to convey to the viewers here, that just because these announcements are being made does not necessarily mean that this person is inside that home.
And just to reiterate, the level of where all of these scenes have been all day, the fact that we have reporters in all these different scenes that have been very, very active throughout the day in Lisbon, in Lewiston, here in Bowdoin. And we heard Alex tell us earlier that police came to both he and the line of reporters there to say, this is a very dangerous situation. Shut your lights off, please. He's been very quiet in his reporting. He's been whispering. We are hoping that we keep him safe here, and I know we're giving him kind of a break here and letting he and his photographer sort of reassess what's going on. But very active scenes here that we're seeing.
Yes, and all day, Sam Rogers was outside the bowling alley for a lot of the day and was telling us that there were periods of time that all of a sudden several police cruisers would go past. We heard the same from David Guilford, who was in Lisbon near the high school there, and he would see tactical crews suddenly just load up into a truck and head off. So all day for the last 24 hours, we've been hearing those calls, if you will, for a response.
Yeah, and we continue to see some movement here at the Bowdoin home. Again, you can hear that helicopter We have seen what appears to be drones flying around this home. Earlier tonight, if you're just tuning in, earlier tonight we could actually hear police speaking over a loudspeaker, which again, Shannon Moss with the Maine Department of Public Safety says that is standard search warrant announcement, that they do that for the safety of all involved. And some of what we heard was we don't want anyone else hurt.
Right. Yeah, and they did. They kept reiterating
Yeah,
that.
and I want to.
Oh, Alex is back with us. Alex, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, Brian. Yeah, just wanted to add to that. We heard them saying a bunch of things to who they believe is Robert Card in this home, telling him to come out with his hands up with nothing in them. They were asking him to come out and stand in front of a truck, which is apparently in this driveway. We can't see it because of a hill we've mentioned. We just want to keep reminding you, our view here is limited and we're just going off of what we can hear. And they said that they could help. They said that they could guarantee Robert Card's safety if he is in this home, and they don't want to do anyone harm. We still have this helicopter circling around us. That hasn't changed. And kind of want to give folks an idea of where we are, what the scene kind of looks like. We are in a neighbor's driveway, and across the way here, we are obviously pointing at this home of interest. We have a field here, and then a tree line off to the right, some trees off to the left of us, and then a field. And then again, as I mentioned, that hill that's blocking our view of this home that has some lights shined on it. And of course, we want to be, fairly vague with law enforcement position in case Robert Card. We heard Chris Costa mention this, in case Robert is there listening, watching TV, we don't want to give him any information on where law enforcement are. So we will be vague in our description, but you can obviously see here members of law enforcement are in front of this home. We have 2 armored vehicles here. One is New Hampshire State Police, not sure what the other one is. Earlier we saw about 9 vehicles come down this stretch here, pull up in front of this home, and we've seen these armored vehicles kind of switch in and out, shining lights on this home. And we still have this helicopter that is circling around. Go ahead, Amanda.
No, I was just going to help you out if you were running out of things to say. We certainly do hope that this does come to a peaceful resolution. I know of the 350 plus law enforcement officials who have been involved in this search for now more than 24 hours for Robert Card. We do hope this does come to a peaceful resolution. Again, you're watching live images of a home in Bowdoin right now.
And it was 9.5 hours ago now that we last heard directly from police when they held a briefing at Lewiston City Hall. The head of the state police saying that there was an arrest warrant out for Robert Card for 8 counts of murder. So, as we were just hearing from the public information officer for the Department of Public Safety, Shannon Moss, that they're executing a search warrant, and these are kind of standard procedures they do to alert people in the area to what is going on, because again, 8 counts of murder, and police had said at the time that number was likely going to go up as more victims were identified, and that was the only reason that it was only 8, even though 18 people were killed last night. That number they do anticipate going up.
You've got to imagine that for, Alex, I meant to ask you, are there lots of homes nearby? Is this a dense neighborhood, or are they pretty spread out?
That's right, Maria. It's really
Yeah, good question, Chris. So they are pretty spread out. This is rural Maine. Many of us from here can kind of picture that. We have our fields, but we also have homes kind of spread out here. We are at a neighbor's home, and the only home I can see is one directly in front of us, on the same side of the road as we are. You can't see it just because it's too dark. And then we have this home here to our left, which is where police believe Robert Card is. So everything is pretty spread out here.
Homes nearby to have the activity that's going on around this home. the helicopters, the bullhorn. Yes, we understand that these are standard procedures when executing search warrants, but given the shelter in place, given the fact that police have said that this person is armed and dangerous, I can imagine that it might put a lot of people who live in that area on edge. Obviously, I'd defer to them, hearing their personal experience as they live this, but trying to put ourselves in the shoes of the people who might be watching this from across a yard.
Because, that's shelter in place has been for Bowdoin, has been one of those communities. Lewiston, Lisbon, Auburn, Bowdoin, most of Androscoggin County. So these very neighborhoods are what have been under that. Have been told to just stay inside, don't open your doors, lock your cars. That has been the ongoing message from law enforcement.
Guys, I can chime in here. We haven't seen too much of a scene change here, but I can kind of bring you back to kind of what brought us here and how this all began. Law enforcement came here investigating a home. NBC News was reporting in connection to Robert Card. They were executing a search warrant, and that is where they found a note at this home. Not sure if it's the one they are at right now, but it was a home along this road. They found this note, and they were trying to determine the meaning of this note and how it could potentially guide their investigation. Also earlier today, there were reports of gunshots being fired. This was way earlier, and the Maine Department of Public Safety told us that that was not true. There were no gunshots fired earlier. We arrived on scene, and there were just law enforcement blocking off this road. We chatted with a few neighbors who said that they couldn't drive up the road here, Meadow Road, to get to their homes because police had blocked them off. Then we saw law enforcement leave the area. Some were still here. The road was still blocked off, but we saw some law enforcement vehicles leave, and then they came back, and then that's when a member of law enforcement came up to us and asked us to turn off our lights. He said because of a dangerous situation. So because of a potential dangerous situation, all reporters here were asked to turn off their lights, and it's quite the scene here. I know you guys obviously can't see it, but there has to be at least maybe 100 photographers, reporters here. That's why you might hear some noise in the background. They're all here with their eyes hooked on this scene, this home where members of law enforcement believe Robert Card possibly is. We heard them a while ago trying to speak to Robert Card, who could be in this home. They mentioned him by name, asking him to come out of this home. They said, "We know that you're in there. Come out with your hands up," with nothing in them. They asked him to come out into the driveway and stand in front of a car. They said that they could guarantee his safety and don't want to hurt him. That is what we heard law enforcement communicate to possibly Robert Card, who could be in this home here in Bowdoin.
And Alex, you mentioned this is an interesting scene. It's not something we personally have seen before. I honestly can't tell you the last time we took a standoff live on television.
Yeah, well, it's been years since we've seen a manhunt of this size.
Right.
I think the last time we've seen anything of this scale with the sheer number of police from all over New England was Corporal Cole's murder back in April of 2018. In fact, I spoke to Cheryl Cole, Corporal Cole's wife, who says she has been watching this coverage constantly, and it is, of course, bringing up horrible memories for her during that difficult time. I want to read what she wrote to me. She said, "The news of what's happening in Lewiston sent me back 5.5 years. Granted, my situation was nothing compared to this one, but the massive manhunt in the aftermath of my husband's murder put this community in such a state of shock and horror. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community."
And a lot of hearts breaking tonight for the community. We actually learned from the Boston Bruins. We know their goalie, Jeremy Swayman, went to the University of Maine. He's from Alaska, but he's He has a lot of Maine in him. He talks about it a lot. And the Bruins, in response to the tragic events in Lewiston, say the Boston Bruins Foundation has created a fund to benefit the families of those affected. And they have actually pledged a minimum of $100,000. They're hoping more people will donate to that fund to help these families affected.
I believe that if I caught it correctly, they're auctioning off some sticks tonight. They're also wearing special decals on their helmets with the outline of the state of Maine with a little heart over where Lewiston is. And then actually Jeremy Swayman was the one who hung up that custom Bruins jersey over the back of the glass there over the bench. Its number is 207, says Lewiston Strong. So it is very, a lot of people in Maine were responding to that on social media, saying how heartfelt that was for them.
Right.
Well, and it speaks to that so many communities, this resonates for a terrible reason. They've been through it. They know what we are going through. They know what is going on in your home tonight with concerns and fears and the unsettling feeling that this has happened. So increasingly it seems that people are reaching out with just support, have your back.
And to your point, Brian, we know that the shelter-in-place orders are for a very specific area of what is a geographically large state. But there are, like, for example, school districts all over the state. In southern Maine, relative to Lewiston, that's close, right? But 45 minutes away, there are school districts that are saying, because of the ongoing situation, we are canceling school. There are bigger issues at play than getting people to work and to school. So
Absolutely, but at the core of all of this, state police train for this kind of thing. They do respond to other standoffs in the state, perhaps not at this scale, but it's something they train for. Their negotiators, their crisis response team. Let us not lose sight of the mental health aspect at play here. Family telling NBC News that Robert Card was experiencing some kind of acute mental episode just before this shooting, and it had a history of mental illness. So the folks who are on the ground there aren't just police in tactical gear that we talk about. It's not just the armored vehicles that we've shown plenty of video about. It is mental health professionals who are trained to respond to a situation like this if Robert Card is in fact in that home.
And as we're watching some of this video, Alex, I know you're still with us. There we go. Please, please. It sounds like there's movement there.
So we just had an officer kind of come up to all of us and ask us if you have a car in the roadway, they want you to move those cars to the side of the road so traffic can move freely. So not sure exactly what that means. They wouldn't share much details. Not sure if that means they're clearing out and it's open to the public now. I'm not seeing the armored vehicles here.
There, that perhaps those cars are from news outlets really all over the country this evening, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think there has to be close to 100 reporters and photographers at least. So try to picture that, a few of them fit in each of these cars. They're all piled up on this small, skinny road here in rural Maine. And you might have seen a vehicle go across the road here. That is one of the armored vehicles that have just come back and is right next to us now. Adam our photographer that's with me here, he has zoomed out. So this armored vehicle is coming back and trying to get by as the road is filled with TV crews and their cars. So people are trying to adjust that there. We're seeing a state police car move. We hear them speaking, move out of the roadway so this armored vehicle can get through.
Yeah, we're looking at
look down the road here.
We're looking at another angle here too, Alex. We have our colleague Sam Rogers is there with his photographer Scout, and they have another angle here showing just how congested that road is.
It was quite shocking when we first got here to Meadow Road in Bowdoin, just a few hours ago, just how many cars were lined up along this small road. And now that the number of cars have, only increased. And so imagine cars piled up on both sides of this small road and these giant armored vehicles trying to get through there. it is quite the scene, and we have many reporters and photographers here, again, with our lights off. That is why it is so dark here. If you're just joining in now or would like the reminder, it is dark here because law enforcement asked us to turn off our lights because of a dangerous situation. And then they approached this home where they started to call out the name Robert Card, asking him to come out. And we don't know, it has not been confirmed if he is in fact in this home, but we have heard law enforcement say, we know that you are in here, asking him to come out with his hands up and empty with nothing in them. And there's a hill kind of blocking this home here, but apparently there's a truck in the driveway. That's what law enforcement are saying, and they want Robert Card. They were asking him to come out and stand in front of this truck in the driveway, but we can't see that because of the hill, and we have members of law enforcement shining more lights on this home here. You might be able to see, from what I can see from this home, is a chimney, a small window, but it doesn't appear any lights are on inside. It looks really dark because if law enforcement weren't shining a light on this home, we wouldn't be able to see it. So it's very dark here besides the lights from law enforcement, the small tiny lights of our phones with about 100 law enforcement, 100 reporters and photographers here, just these tiny lights. And of course we have the moon that's providing some natural light, but of course, as you can see, not a whole lot. And we are wide open here. We are in rural Maine. We're in a driveway of a neighbor that's allowed us all to gather here and kind of watch this scene unfold here in Bowdoin, where Robert Card could potentially be. We don't know. That has not been confirmed. And things have been silent here for a while. We saw heard attempts by police to try to communicate with Robert Card, who they think is inside this home, but they have stopped that for some time now. And we have had a helicopter, as I'm sure you can hear, just circle around constantly. That has been a constant presence. And the question was asked earlier, kind of where are other homes positioned in this case? This home is isolated that we're looking at now. There are no homes exactly next to it. There are neighbors down the road. There's one directly in front of us, a home across this long field here. Their lights are home, and you can't help but wonder, what are they thinking tonight? That this is happening right across the street from them, the neighbor's driveway that we're in right now. What are they thinking with, dozens of crews, reporters and photographers in this driveway, checking out this scene? It is quite, this isn't the best word, but crazy. It's pretty wild that this is happening.
One thing I think that's important to mention, as Zach brought up earlier, about the crisis negotiators that are involved in this. There are a lot of things that you are seeing and hearing through the images that we're able to bring you right now, and there are a lot of things that you are not seeing. One of those is the crisis negotiators that Zach talked about. What they are trying to do, from my experience of interviewing some of them in the past, is develop a connection with a person who may or may not be inside that home. They have a variety of ways that they can do that, in terms of the technology, right, but also in their delivery. The difficulty with all of this is, imagine the heightened stress for everybody involved. There are, helicopters overhead, there are flashing lights, there are armored vehicles, there are weapons present, because the law enforcement officers, right? This is already a baseline level of stress that is elevated. So the job that these crisis negotiators have to maintain calm and try to create a connection and a dialogue between somebody who might be in that house in hopes of coming to a peaceful resolution potentially could be a very tall task. What they are asked to do is not an easy feat.
And that is the question. Alex was mentioning it again there, that we don't know if he's in there.
Right.
We don't.
There's no indication he is or he isn't. Alex was telling us before he has not personally seen any movement, any indication, the lights on or off, but we don't know. That is the question.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that to step back a little bit, that this is kind of a traditional rural Maine town. Alex was painting the picture earlier of fields and homes. From just searching some property records, it appears a number of those homes are owned by the Card family, property in the Card family that they've had for decades, which is not uncommon in Maine, to have multiple properties under the same family. And speaking of the family, Katie Card, who is married to Robert Card's brother, spoke to NBC News, saying that Robert Card, who was a longtime member of the Army Reserve, started to hear voices that were saying, quote, horrible things about him a couple of months ago, when he was fitted for, I guess, some high-powered hearing aids. And I want to just read this quote from her. He was picking up the voices that he had never heard. His mind was twisting them around. He was humiliated by the things that he thought were being said. And of course, she says that they tried to act, they tried to get help, and obviously were unsuccessful.
Well, can you imagine, right, as we just talked about the task of these crisis negotiators, if you were doing that with somebody who was not experiencing this acute or severe mental health issue, right, is already a difficult task. And then to try to overcome some of those other obstacles is just another barrier in the way.
Right. And we did mention that our Sam Rogers is also on scene. We'll give Alex a break for a moment, but we did see some shots from Sam Rogers and their camera there. And Sam, we could just see the sheer number of reporters that are there.
Yeah, Amanda, just to give everyone a little bit of context back home. So we're looking at a group of reporters on that driveway that Alex has been talking about for the last several minutes here. We are up on a different hill, not across this rural street, this driveway. The amount of people that you can see there, I don't know how many people Alex has estimated from down here. Up here on the field where we are, there's got to be at least 30 folks. Reporters, photographers, everybody, and just to give a little bit more context, because we are a little bit farther back and farther away from the home, this is more of a farm. This is many acres of land. I see some hay bales right behind me, and it is a very kind of rural area like we've been describing. And just when we were able to see a cruiser and that tactical truck come out, again, no idea who was involved or inside, excuse me, or what was going on, but no one has left despite those two vehicles slowly passing through. No one has left, and I guess just to get a good comparison, I don't know if you can see a few of these cars on the road. Picture going to your local county fair. This is exactly what it looks like in one of those grass parking lots, just cars packed on the side. A lot of reporters from all over the country, a lot of freelance photographers, and just people in the area that have heard about this. So we were with our Jack Moment back in Lewiston at the second shooting location from last night, and then we heard about this development going on. So we came over here, as Brian said, about 30 minutes ago. It's about a 25-ish minute drive, 15 miles from the scene to get here. And in our way over here, we were in line with other news outlets, everyone hearing about the news from Lewiston, coming over here, trying to see some more lights coming down the road, but nothing we can make out clearly. Again, we did see those two vehicles leave. Helicopter still flying ahead. It just kind of went out of our camera shot. It's going to be pretty tough to get the helicopter in frame with how dark it is. And as you've been hearing, another reminder, if you're just joining us, law enforcement told our Alex Haskell and all these other reporters to shut their lights off. No one has turned the light back on. A couple of reporters are using cell phone lights if they're doing some different live shots, but none of those big camera lights that you're used to seeing and have seen for really the past 25 hours or so. But yeah, Brian and Amanda, just to get things back to you, again, very rural location. Those two vehicles moved through about 5 minutes ago. I don't know because of if it was the road is so tight. Like it's hard for one car to pass through right now. I'm looking over the road right now, but there wasn't any type of rush to get out of here. I'm not sure if there's a back, exit point from the house that we're looking at. That being said, we want to make sure we kind of see everything that happens, but just telling you guys like it is, those vehicles moving at a very slow speed to get out of here, but that helicopter is still rotating above.
And Sam, I want you to stay with us for a second, but I'm wondering if the folks in the control booth can pull up that map we have to show what Sam was talking about. I want to just show how close we are to that original scene. You can see Lewiston right there on the left side of your screen, just over I-95. We're talking about 15 miles, a 25-minute drive, as Sam had said, from the point of that initial scene at the Spare Time Recreation bowling alley to where police are now surrounding this home.
Also not far from that scene in Lisbon, where they found the car at that boat launch.
You know, it's interesting. We had seen an update from Lisbon police about an hour ago. And actually, I should check the timestamp on when they posted it on Facebook. I know we found it about an hour ago, where they announced kind of what the status is in their community from Lisbon police. This is from the chief of police on their Facebook page. The bottom line is really the only change is that there have been some road closures and detours that have been lifted on Route 196. That's Lisbon Street, is it not, in Lewiston?
Yes.
And it continues,
Correct.
right? So let's not read too much into it, right? Let's not say this is all good news. He's not in Lisbon. You know, we talked about how in Monmouth, right, earlier today, they said there's no credible information to indicate that Robert Card would be in Monmouth, but they still have to leave no stone unturned. I think it's a similar situation here with Lisbon, right, where they can say, okay, we're going to allow these roads to be reopened, but we are still asking you as residents to shelter in place throughout the overnight hours. They say your safety is our top priority.
Right, and again, just to reiterate, we don't know that Robert Card is in this home in Bowdoin, and in fact, public safety telling us that this is kind of just normal procedure for them when they do have to execute a search warrant. We heard them earlier talking over a loudspeaker, but Alex, we'll go back to you at the scene here. We have not heard police speak over the loudspeaker in a while, and it is interesting that they are asking for that light cut off.
Amanda, and I wanted to add to that because I was chatting with my photographer here. It also was interesting. I don't know if it's notable or not, but we did see a little while ago some law enforcement vehicles leave the area. They were asking folks to move their cars because, as Sam Rogers mentioned, there's just a lot of them packed here. It is kind of like your local fair. All these cars lined up along a road. That is the perfect way to describe this situation. So it is interesting that some vehicles left, and it's been quiet. We have a few vehicles here from law enforcement. We still have that helicopter above us continuing in its circular pattern. We have lights shined on this home of interest here where Robert Card could potentially be. And want to remind folks, because it's been so long, when we heard police speak, they were saying, Robert Card, we know you're in there. We want you to come out with your hands up with nothing in them. They were asking him to stand in front of this truck that's in the driveway. We can't see the driveway just because of how the land is here. There's this hill blocking a home, so we can't see very much of this home. But they were asking Robert Card to come and stand in front of this truck with his hands up. Police were also communicating that they would not hurt him and that they could guarantee his safety. And again, we don't know if Robert Card is in here, but obviously police are very, very interested in what's going on here at this home in Bowdoin. And we heard Sam Rogers mentioned it. It is rural Maine. We have fields here, trees, and homes are really spaced out here. So no one directly next to this home here, but I can see across the way past this home here, just some lights through the trees, and it's what I presume is, some neighbors, but thankfully they're far away. So that is the scene right now. Here from our perspective, we still have that helicopter. It is also worth noting, we had at least 2 drones up above this home. We have not seen those drones for some time. They were shining lights at this home, but we are not seeing those drones anymore. I want to remind you, you might hear some other voices. Oh, I'll let you go ahead, Brian.
It's Zach here. Alex, you spoke to neighbors earlier. What were they saying about the family and about Robert Card himself?
Yeah, Zach, so I was chatting with an older gentleman who was parked along this road because it was blocked off. He could not get to his home. He lives up this road here. So he was saying that he knows the Card family, that they're really nice, amazing people, and he is just shocked that this could happen. He was just stunned, and you could really just see it on his face, shocked as we all are in this situation. And he says he was waiting along this road in his truck with his dog for hours, hoping to get by law enforcement to get to his home, for this road to open up, which has not for quite some time
And
now. So I imagine he is still behind us here, waiting to get back home.
we want to stick with this scene here, so I'm hoping we can keep it sort of in a box while we bring up some of the victims that we do know are confirmed, because that is certainly, we don't want that to get lost in the shuffle of all of this as police are continuing their manhunt for Robert Card. There are victims. There are 18 confirmed dead out of these 2 shootings in Lewiston. And Zach, you actually spoke with some family members today.
Yeah, several of us have reached out to loved ones and family members who have shared a lot of different memories. We've talked to coworkers of folks. We've talked to folks that coached sports alongside people. Ron Morin, for example, was a softball umpire who friends really remembered him as a guy who always had a smile on his face, would offer a huge hug, and was just such a great person. And that's what you hear over and over and over again when these kinds of things happen, right, in other parts of the country. But it really is true. In this case, we had Peyton Brewer-Ross, who worked at BIW, Bath Iron Works, General Dynamics, and BIW, sharing a statement with us today that all of us at Bath Iron Works are heartbroken to share that we've lost a member of our BIW family. We send our deepest condolences. Thoughts and prayers are with those families and friends.
And of course, Tricia Aslin, we know, was bowling last night when this happened. We heard from some of her friends and family. Joshua Seal there, we heard from his wife a little bit, or Arthur Stroud, I'm sorry, is who we heard from his wife, but Joshua Seal, we know, a victim. Bob Violette, Joseph Walker, also known as Joey, was the son of that Auburn City councilor. And we heard from him last night. Our Jack Mohamed spoke with him of just how difficult it was to not know, but knowing deep in his heart that his son was among the victims because he had not heard from him.
Joey Walker there, the manager at Schmenges, and the son of that Auburn City Councilor, Leroy Walker, spoke to Lester Holt earlier, remembering his son as a guy who loved that establishment, was there to have fun, loved the cornhole tournaments, and folks gathered that night after work. We've been talking about that it was an industry day, a day they were given a little bit of a discount to go in and have a beer and a bite to eat, and just enjoy themselves. And obviously he was in a place that he loved, and this happened.
And we briefly mentioned Joshua Seal. I do want to say his wife Elizabeth did post to Facebook that he was just the world's best father to our 4 pups. Loved spending time with them, traveling, going for a day trip to the beach or going camping for the weekend. Not only was he an amazing father, he was a wonderful husband, my best friend, and my soulmate. Just incredible to hear these words about, as we learn more about some of those lives lost in this tragedy in Lewiston.
You're back looking at the
Amanda
live pictures
and
from
Zach,
Bowdoin tonight. Oh, yes,
you're
Alex.
there and can. Hi, Brian. Sorry. Just wanted to update you guys. We are seeing some movement here. We all obviously want to be careful not to give away law enforcement position in case Robert Card is in this home watching our coverage. We always have to be careful of that. But we just saw this armored vehicle that was in the road across from this home of interest, pulling to the driveway, and it was quite the scene. We saw many members of law enforcement follow outside of this vehicle, follow this vehicle into the driveway. So they are definitely on foot, doing their thing, handling the situation the way law enforcement does. So we are definitely seeing some movement here. So not sure exactly what they're going to do next, but the scene is changing. But over by us, and it's still us just watching with our lights off. Law enforcement came to us a while ago and asked us to turn our lights off, all our cameras, because of a dangerous situation. And then they started approaching this home saying, "Robert Card, we know you're in this home. Come out with your hands up with nothing in them." They were communicating that to Robert Card, who could be in this home or he could not be in this home. We do not have that confirmed. And we do have this helicopter again, you can hear that constantly. But that is the scene right now. Things moving here a little bit, still shining light on this home here in Bowdoin.
And for our viewers, the image you're looking at right now is from our crew at NBC News that's also there. And basically you're seeing that line of vehicles that Alex has been talking about down the road. And this, we know this is tough to see at home because it is so dark, but it speaks to what this environment is right now for all those people who are there. We know there is a large number of members of law enforcement there. We know there is a lot of media there. And they are essentially in the dark. At the request of law enforcement that those lights go off, and really all we're seeing is the flickering of those police lights and then an occasional light on the house where they're concentrating their attention. That's what you see right now. And the trees, and Alex has been describing what this area looks like, that they're kind of looking across a field. There are some trees, there's a tree line to the right as well, and then more fields in the distance. And as Zach was telling us, public records show that the Cards are a known family there. They own a number of properties, and not uncommon in Maine for, once upon a time the family owned a farm and it was broken up and there were houses built on it. So this is certainly a neighborhood that anybody who grew up in the rural part of the state, as we did, we are familiar with what this looks like, even though it is very difficult to see tonight.
As a matter of fact, Brian, you talk about a family farm. I'm going to double check myself here, but I believe they did own some farm equipment, crop equipment. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, field crop equipment is one of the category breakdowns here in the tax logs here at that particular property. I don't know. I am by no means a law enforcement officer. I have no real, deep knowledge of tactics and skills. I would hope that having wide open space surrounding this home would give them better visual advantages to being able to see if there is any movement. There have been times where police have been called to homes that are, as we know in Maine, right, set back on long driveways, back, behind trees, where it can be very difficult to see unless you are in front of the home.
Or in crowded neighborhoods where the houses are right on top of each other and you're evacuating other homes. This is unique in that it's so concentrated on a house, and both.
That's absolutely right. And the lay of the land here is that it's very rural. There are forests and fields all around here. He does own property with hundreds of acres around it. We're not sure if this is that property or if this is another one, but we do know that. We do know that he's very familiar with the area. And we do know that law enforcement has been here at least twice today to take a look at this place. And the first time they came, they used flashbangs when they approached the house and possibly went inside. You mentioned his training. One of his former colleagues in the U.S. Army Reserves has told CNN that he was and is a very skilled marksman and outdoorsman. He was the best shooter in the unit. So that also reflects, what law enforcement has to deal with if they are going to approach him in any way, shape, or form, or if they ever pin him down. You mentioned Anderson's plan. I think you're right. We do not know specifically whether he planned this in detail or what he planned. But what we can tell viewers is, again, about the timeline of the shootings. The first 911 calls from the bowling alley of second set of 911 calls came only 12 minutes later from that bar. And so what does that indicate? It indicates that he very likely moved with some speed from one location to another. And as our John Miller has reported, that he has broken up with a longtime girlfriend recently, that those are two places that they were known to frequent. This is according to law enforcement sources who spoke to John. So what you can put together from that is that he knew both of these places, and that, again, if you put, you piece together the timeline of the 911 calls, it wasn't very long between sets of shootings last night, and we are told that it's only about a 10-minute drive from one of those places to the other. And when the 911 calls came just 12 minutes apart from each location, that tells you that he moved with some haste and some speed. Does that indicate that he had real purpose there and he knew exactly, where he was going to go and how fast he was going to get there? Possible. But that's what we can tell you about how this unfolded and what we can piece together about impossible planning.
And that is where we've been spending a lot of our attention. I was in Lisbon Falls last night. We had crews out around the state ever since we first heard of shots fired in Lewiston around 7 p.m. last night. It's been active scenes all over the place. Everyone that you're listening to, for the viewers back home, we have all been on multiple breaking news scenes, whether it is standoffs, search warrants, drug arrests, whatever. It has had a lot more intensity turned up a little bit, because we know that there was this active shooter, there was this manhunt. So instead of sitting by, and we're just seeing some more shots coming in here. Scout Fishman is going to back up the camera as some more movement is coming in, but there was just that added intensity. And again today, throughout the evening, I was telling folks that when you just looked into people from Lewiston in their eyes, you could just feel that sadness. And these are people who were safe, family safe, friends safe. Maybe once we start to learn more of the victims, may have a better connection, but just so hurt and crushed by this entire process. And just to kind of rewind things here from the scene in Bowdoin, I want to say it was about 10-ish minutes ago when those two law enforcement vehicles, a state police cruiser and a tactical truck, again slowly made their way through a very narrow road all the way back to get closer to a main road here in town. And then about 5 minutes after that, we saw another truck move closer to the home. Scout was able to look through the viewfinder. I don't know if we had that shot up on air, but from our camera viewfinder, we did see armed law enforcement officers walking towards the area of the house. Some more lights coming on. The helicopter still in that similar loop. And none of the reporters here, again, the dozens of reporters and cameras and photographers here, no one has left. If anything, it actually just in the past 10 seconds, everyone's really kind of stopped talking as we're starting to see more lights. And Scout, if you can turn the camera around.
I would just jump in here, Sam, really quickly and tell you that there are certain things that we are not showing specifically because we don't want to jeopardize what police are doing on scene. Just want to clarify that with you, that we are not on your camera right now just because we don't want to jeopardize what's going on there. But what we are seeing is cars moving in and out.
You don't want to, yeah, there is a big procession here. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cruisers. Scout's gonna get a better angle here, and then Alex and Adam, if you guys want to turn your camera to your left, everyone's kind of getting down on the road. It looks like this first vehicle is a tactical truck. Again, as they're slowly making the way, and once they get closer to the camera, you'll be able to see how tight of a road this is and how many reporters are truly here. We'll let the helicopter sound we'll take a pause here and just kind of see what happens. cameras, but we cannot see into any of these windows. We're about 20 yards up on that hill. Tough to see in.
As you can tell, these are vehicles that are leaving the scene, as far as you can tell, Sam.
Yes.
I also
Yes,
want-
Amanda. We were able.
Go ahead.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, we just saw a bunch of lights and floodlights pop up behind the home, and then we started to see this procession. This is the road that we came up. So yes, in theory, these cars are making their way out. Again, I'm whispering right now. It's very quiet. Again, we don't know if any suspect is inside any of these vehicles. Don't know which one it would be. Again, we can't see inside. There's some cruisers in the back that it's just law enforcement officers bringing up the rear of this procession as they move through the Bowdoin home. Yeah, there's again, you can see now how tight the cars are on both sides. It goes this way for probably almost a quarter of a mile. So this is going to take a while for all these vehicles and law enforcement officers to get back onto a main road here in Bowdoin.
And we are continuing to wait word from public safety officials about why they may be clearing this scene here in Bowdoin. I know it's been a few hours now, right, that they have been at this scene, or it was a little after 7 o'clock that they had told our reporter Alex Haskell to turn the lights off. So interesting to see things moving out now.
And you can see the sheer number of reporters there, but let's also not lose sight of the number of law enforcement personnel that have been brought into the state. We were told earlier by Michael Soschuk, the commissioner of the Department of Public Safety, that over 350 law enforcement personnel are on this case, taking part in this manhunt. I spoke earlier in the day to Congresswoman Shelley Pingree, who was in touch with the U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who told her that the FBI, of course, is involved in this, including the same teams that were responsible for catching the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston bombing incident. So all resources being brought to bear here tonight. And right now it's obviously unclear whether or not they were successful in apprehending anyone from that house tonight.
And a few comments today, actually, from viewers that there was a feeling of that manhunt in this last 24 hours from the Tsarnaev brothers, the Boston Marathon bomb. That there was just such a concentration of, we need to find these people, we need to understand what's going on. Don't leave your homes, and that was the closest thing that some people could relate it to. Was the closest feeling that we have experienced necessarily of that. And just a very different experience. But we're still looking at this property in Bowdoin right now, where there are clearly at least some officers there. We see their lights on. We see the lights on the house there as well. But the mystery question tonight remains: was he in there? Right. Is he in there?
And I apologize. I was corresponding with somebody else by phone. Do we understand? Did that kind of caravan of vehicles leave the scene?
Yes, they were leaving.
More or less leaving. Yeah,
it appears
that's
way,
the road that Sam said they came in on. Whether they are leaving, we don't know.
Sure. Okay.
And we don't know how many more tactical units are still there.
Right.
I think we should check in with our reporters on scene there again. And Alex, can you kind of set the stage for us on what the scene is like now? Now that so many vehicles have cleared out.
Yeah, I would say the scene is kind of the same from what we can see. The road is still dark. They're still shining some lights on this home. I want to mention, when we saw all those law enforcement vehicles leave, Sam Rogers was speaking with you, but I joined a group of reporters and photographers who ran up along the road, and other reporters and photographers were shining lights into these law enforcement vehicles, trying to see through the windows if we could see Robert Card. I was looking as other folks were shining their lights, and this does not mean that he's not in those vehicles or was, but I just could not make out any faces. So that was the scene. We're kind of getting ourselves collected again, all focused on this home where things are quiet and still. Once again, on Meadow Drive here in Bowdoin, we still have some cop lights up the road here, and then just the armored vehicle and possibly another one in the driveway of this home here. And we do have, I want to remind folks, we just have dozens of reporters and photographers gathered in a neighbor's driveway, right where I am on the right side of the road, and on the left where Sam Rogers is. That is a part of the many large fields here along this stretch of road, because we are in rural Maine with some tree lines off in the distance. We have that helicopter that's above us, and it's really interesting just standing here, being in the dark with all this equipment. It's normally all lit up. We have lights on so that you can see us reporters and make out some of the landscape while we're doing our reports, but that is not the case in this situation. As we were told, it's a dangerous situation. That's what law enforcement told us. For that reason, we had to turn off all our lights on our vehicles. We just have our phones, and I'm looking at all the people here, and all their faces are kind of glowed up as we're looking at our phones here. It's an interesting scene here. But looking at this house, not much has changed. We still have just some lights shined on it, and that's about it right now. Not sure if it's worth mentioning, but kind of want to remind folks what brought us here in the first place. Law enforcement earlier in the day were executing a search warrant of a home. They believe, we were told by NBC News, that was somewhat related to Robert Card, and this is where we are now. We saw law enforcement come and leave. They arrived to this home and started saying things like, Robert Card, we know you're in there. Again, we don't know. That's the big question here tonight in Bowdoin. Is Robert Card in this home? Was he in this home? Did police, law enforcement get him? That is the big question tonight. But they were trying to communicate with someone maybe inside who they said is Robert Card. They were saying that they know that you're in there, come out with your hands up with nothing in them. They wanted him to come out into the driveway with his hands up. They were also saying that we can guarantee your safety, we don't want to hurt you. So those were some of the things that we were hearing from law enforcement, but that was some time ago. We have not heard law enforcement speak again for some time. And of course we saw many vehicles here clear out, and the big question is, another big question is why they were clearing out.
Well, that's a great question, Alex, because as you mentioned, it was a little after 7 o'clock that police had come up to you and the other reporters and said, this is a dangerous situation, please turn your lights off. At this point, we have no reason to believe it's not still a dangerous situation.
Yeah, exactly. So we're all kind of back here letting law enforcement do their job. I'm looking at the house. They are moving a light around on the home, still shining a light in windows. So that is some movement and activity that we haven't seen for a little bit. So they are moving a light around on this home. And I have to wonder, what neighbors are thinking. We've mentioned it, that it's rural Maine. There are some fields here, so there aren't many homes in this area, but there are some homes. We are in a neighbor's driveway. It was an older couple that we spoke with earlier. They, we were just asking if we could stand in this driveway. They didn't want to share anything else with us, but what they thought about the situation. But it was an elderly couple that live here, and their lights are off right now, so they're likely asleep. And I'm looking at another neighbor's home in front of us on the same side of the road that we're on, a little past this home of interest. They have their lights on, so you can help but wonder kind of what's going through their minds.
Right.
But luckily we have no homes located near this one home of interest here.
I can't imagine that couple is asleep based on all of the activity outside. But hopefully, to your point, Alex, hopefully heeding that warning of shelter in place. And police have been asking people all day in Bowdoin and in Lisbon and in Lewiston to shelter in place. We know Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office asked just an umbrella ask of that shelter in place for the entire county of Androscoggin.
Yeah, and I want to be careful about any kind of speculation, but I think it's important to note some reporting by our media partners at the Press Herald earlier today talking about one of the other homes on that road that owned by the Card family. They were told by neighbors that it's been vacant for some time, so that's another possibility as well. But of course, we do not have that independently confirmed.
And this has been a search that has extended well beyond 24 hours. Our coverage has been on air here well beyond 24 hours, but we know that this search for Robert Card has been on both land and on sea. We know 350 plus law enforcement officials have been involved in this search for Robert Card. And Chris, you've been speaking with some of these law enforcement officials too.
Yeah, and actually, just most recently, I've actually been speaking with some friends of these victims, people who have been listening to our coverage and just, for whatever reason, they picked me to send some messages, but they're talking about, for example, somebody who went to high school with Ron Morin, that softball umpire, Coca-Cola merchandiser who would work with the local Hannaford supermarkets to get them supplied. And this person's telling me that he was a great man, father, husband, friend, one of the best people this person's ever met. Everything you hear about him is true, according to this person. They went to high school together. Also hearing some other details that we really need to work to confirm about other information related to some of the victims. And as we get more concrete details, we'll bring those to you. But again, out of respect for the family, it's just, and the people involved, people who know them, we need to wait before we put some of those details out there. I know that for a lot of people who are reading things on social media, it's, well, wait a minute, we know that the picture is out there. We know that this person who says they're his brother or their daughter has said this person has passed away or they're in the hospital.
Right.
It is so difficult in this age where anybody can create any social media account, steal pictures from the internet and claim to be somebody else, which is why we have decided to be so sensitive and delicate about how we put out this information. The last thing we want to do is be incorrect and have it affect somebody's lives in a drastic way.
Right, and Chris, we're now seeing some movement here in this field that Alex has been talking about that separates the reporters and this home.
I was just going to jump in, guys, real quick. We are seeing some movement, not too much, but just some law enforcement members coming from the home, walking across this field here back onto the road. They look like they are in some heavy gear, walking back to their vehicles. But they are still shining some lights on that home of interest here where they believe or had suspected that Robert Card was staying, and we can see a dog. I don't know if you guys can make that out, but a member of law enforcement has a dog with them, and they were just coming from that home and now putting that dog back in the car, and law enforcement walking back up the road. So that's what we're seeing here now. Things have kind of quieted down. We're just all kind of watching to see what happens next, but we have seen fewer law enforcement vehicles here along the road. Things just quieting down.
One thing that is difficult about this, right, is that if we, again, without speculating, when we see sort of a convoy of vehicles leaving the scene, a lot of people will jump to the assumption that, oh, well, they're no longer searching in there. He's not in there, or he was never in there. We don't know that. We cannot say that with certainty. And so it's just important for everybody to kind of keep that in mind, that, regardless of what we are seeing through these images, they are likely taking the same approach with every tip, every lead, because they have to treat them all that way. Keep in mind that these law enforcement officers, when they are responding to these scenes, going to a address that they believe this suspect could be in, they're coming at this from a reactionary standpoint. When they enter that home, they don't know what is inside. They've never been inside this home. They don't have a floor plan of the home. They don't know where any potential suspect could be in that building. Which is what makes it difficult for them, because this is all reactionary.
And we heard some of that from spokesperson for public safety as well.
Right. So the last notice we got from Shannon Moss, who's the public information officer for the Maine Department of Public Safety, was at 6:02. So just about 3 hours ago now was the last official note we got from there, saying law enforcement is at a home in Bowdoin, which is the scene you're looking at right here, as part of the investigation into the Lewiston shootings and the search for Robert Card. When it's appropriate to do so, additional information will be released. And that what we were hearing was typically what is done when a search warrant is being executed. And again, earlier today, we were told that there was a warrant out for Robert Card for those 8 counts of murder.
And Alex was there, and Alex could hear much better than we could on that loudspeaker. Alex, some of what police were saying, what were you hearing out there?
Yeah, so they said Robert Card. That was the first thing they said. They said his name, Robert Card. We know you're in there, in this home. So they said, Robert Card, we know you're in there. They said, come out with your hands up, with nothing in them. They also asked him to come out and stand in front of the truck in the driveway. We said this multiple times that there is a little bit of a hill blocking this home in the driveway, so we can't see a truck, but we heard law enforcement mention that truck and ask Robert Card to stand in front of it. We also heard law enforcement say, we can guarantee your safety and we don't want to hurt you. So those were some of the things. We are a little ways away, so sometimes it was hard to make out everything they were saying, but they mostly repeated those statements over and over again until they just stopped. And that brings up a question as to why. We might get an answer tonight, we might not. So it is something that we are just continuing to listen and have our eyes on. And the scene is constantly changing. You know, we have some vehicles moving right now. We still have that helicopter you might be able to hear in the background. That is something that's constant. And kind of behind us here, where we saw law enforcement leave earlier, we still have some law enforcement vehicles that we thought left, but they are still here. I can only see 2 right now, so that doesn't mean they all left. But there are still some here. And looking at this house now, we are seeing some vehicles reposition, backing out of the driveway, and less light on the home compared to earlier.
Yeah, so by all definitions, it appears the scene is clearing there. But we are staying in constant communication with the Maine Department of Public Safety, their public information officer, Shannon Moss. Her last update was at 7:52, so about an hour ago, a little over an hour ago, reminding us that those calls we heard that Alex just mentioned are standard protocol. It's how they announce themselves when they're executing these warrants. We're told there are several warrants out for his arrest. I believe 8 at last check is what police were telling us, based on the number of fatalities in which they had identified the individuals. So again, the loudspeaker things that we were hearing and that we had here on our air, and what we were seeing police do, is standard protocol. State police admitting that it is unknown if Robert Card was in the home, but that again was at 7:52. So we are still awaiting another update from state police and the Department of Public Safety.
You know, if in fact this turns out to be what it appears, that the suspect they're looking for is not in that home, this is, you know, just kind of another layer to the people who are staying in their homes tonight as part of this shelter-in-place order, wondering when that order will be lifted. When can they resume normalcy in their lives? And what we're already seeing is that places like, for example, the Auburn Lewiston YMCA, all locations, will be closed until Monday, October 30th. That's through the weekend, right? Many places that we've seen otherwise, like CENTER Maine Community College, that's for tomorrow. Lewiston Public Schools, that's for tomorrow. This is the first one that I've seen that said we're going to go proactively all the way through the weekend. I don't know if that's a planning purpose. I'm not going to get into the details of that, but the bottom line is, you know, there is this. Oh, sorry, I was hearing some scratching on the microphone. No, just, you know, there's this uncertainty that people are living with right now.
Right.
And this has got to be very difficult.
Absolutely, not just for folks in that community, but even more so for the families of these victims tonight. because it's a sense of closure, right? We talk about that difficult healing process that we frankly, as a community, as a state, have not even started yet. We're still in the thick of it now.
Still waiting for this.
We are going to check in with New CENTER Maine Sam Rogers now, who has been on that scene alongside Alex Haskell, has been reporting on this for the last 24 hours. Sam, what are you seeing there now?
Yeah, hey Zach. So we are down the road where we saw that procession of vehicles, law enforcement vehicles move. We're seeing a big truck here. Once one that passes it by, we can try to see what it says. Yeah, this is one of the tactical trucks. It was tough to see the markings on it, but another wave of law enforcement trucks. Alex, I believe these are the trucks that you said that you started to see moving. So again, we are about halfway down, and I'm just hearing from my photographer Scout, who said those were out-of-state law enforcement vehicles. She saw a New Hampshire and a Massachusetts truck, and those were Massachusetts plates, I believe, on that last cruiser that walked by, that drove by. And similar to what we saw about 20 minutes or so with those Maine law enforcement vehicles with the lights on pass through, a similar number of vehicles just passing by. Again, we're kind of halfway down this road. If you're still taking our camera shot or you saw those trucks drive by, you can, again, just kind of really get a better angle, probably the best angle on how narrow the road is. Alex, not sure if people are clearing out where you are, but we're starting to see some reporters head back to their vehicles and head out as well.
Yeah, Sam, people, I don't know if you have our picture right now, but we have light back. Everyone is turning their lights back on. We are, not seeing anything behind us. The scene appears to be completely clear. No lights on the home, no vehicles. They all kind of cleared. We have some members of law enforcement in the road here. Not quite sure exactly what they're doing, but yeah, they have cleared out. This scene is pretty quiet here, and you might hear noise around me. There are other reporters, photographers here. We are all gathered in this neighbor's driveway, and across the road here, where there is a field and crews are also gathered there, and across the road as the scene has just developed. It's quite the development as we saw all the cars leave down this road. So we will see what's next and if they in fact got Robert Carter or not.
Again, if you're just joining us, we have our reporter Alex Haskell live in Bowdoin at a scene police have had a heavy presence at. We also have our Sam Rogers there. And I want to go back to you, Sam, because as Zach mentioned, this is something that you have been covering since last night. You've been with us since last night. And in fact, last night you were in the scene of an active scene as well in Lisbon. And it does seem like police have been taking all of these scenes as a big group. We know that Robert Card, they keep saying, is considered armed and dangerous. How would you kind of compare the scenes that you've been at?
Yeah, Amanda, we actually mentioned this last night. I believe it was Chris brought up a good point about how our law enforcement agencies across the state, whether that's local, sheriff's office, state police, they prepare for these kinds of situations. Of course, this is really the first time they've ever had to deal with a mass shooting type level. But whether it was reporting in the Bangor Brewer area or down in Lewiston for other stories or in Portland, all over the state, they have those strength in numbers. So like we saw last night at Lisbon Falls, if you were with us last night and very early into the morning, just as the car gets out of our way here, you saw 20 to 25 police officers all gathered, all waiting. And then when we would try to find a better access point to maybe gain a little bit more information, maybe try to find a better camera angle, you would drive about a mile down the road and see another checkpoint of law enforcement officers. As we heard today, hundreds of officers, sheriff's deputies, state police, federal agents, all having a hand in this manhunt. And we see that typically, again, like I said a few minutes ago, whether it's a standoff for a search warrant or a drug arrest, we typically see a large number of law enforcement officers because, as Chris also said, they don't know what is going to happen. You want to take that precaution. In the last 24 or almost 25 hours at this point, it's been what happens when the actual mass casualty event has happened. So they've had the practice. The scenes, again, as we set up on the hill, number of police a little bit similar, but the intensity clearly higher. When it's a low intensity scene, of course, there's more kind of laid back. Police officers would come up to us and give us information saying, hey, you know, this is kind of the type of situation we're dealing with. It might be a little while, or they'll just be straight up and say, hey, we made the arrest, here are the details, go on your way. Whereas this situation with a manhunt with communities on lockdown in those stay and shelter in place orders, a lot more sensitivity because a lot of people were scared, a lot of people were frustrated, and again, without knowing what the conclusion of all these law enforcement officers clearing. Again, we've seen similar processions at these type of standoffs, but the intensity made even bigger, even more intense with all the reporters. You're starting to see them file down from the hill right now. So Brian and Amanda, I think a lot of people are rooting that this is becoming the end here.
Certainly, and certainly we are all rooting for that back here as well.
Of course. I don't want to, I mean, this is not normal.
Right.
Let us remember that. I think we're all caught up
Right.
in what's happening right now. But there are hundreds of police officers combing through small Maine towns.
Right.
There are reporters from all over the country, all over the world. You could hear them in Alex's live shot there. These are reporters who go out into these towns every day. Alex is on this shift every evening in small towns like this, standing on those dark roads alone, not standing next to dozens and dozens of reporters. And it's not just the reporting side of this, it's the law enforcement side, it's the manhunt portion of this too. The state hasn't seen something like this in many, many years. I said it well over an hour ago now, but the last time we saw a manhunt of this size was back in April of 2018 with the murder of Somerset County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Eugene Cole. I spoke to his wife earlier today, she being very candid that this has been a truly difficult time for her, glued to the TV like much of the state is. But she said that what's happening in Lewiston and now in surrounding communities brought her back to 5.5 years ago. She said, quote, "Granted, my situation was nothing compared to this one, but the massive manhunt in the aftermath of my husband's murder put this community in such a state of shock and horror. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community."
And it certainly explains why we have continued this on-air coverage for you. I know some people have sent us messages that they're kind of tired of watching, and experts do recommend that you take a break if you need to take a break. Right. But we will stay here with you because there is an active manhunt going on. More than 350 law enforcement officials involved in this. The FBI in the Boston division involved in this. You had more statistics on who was actually part of this investigation as well.
Yeah, so I spoke to Congresswoman Shelley Pingree earlier today. Like many of our congressional delegations, she's been in touch with folks in the Biden administration. She mentioned that she had been in touch with U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who informed her that the FBI, of course, was involved in this. We have been reporting that for several hours now, that agencies came up from Boston, including the team, according to Congresswoman Pingree, the exact team that was responsible for catching the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston bombing. And I think when I've talked to folks, even my partner at home earlier today, when we were talking about this shooting, what it means to us as a community, the closest thing was that horrific incident in Boston many years ago. So of course, it's really hitting home for a lot of folks tonight.
And the unknown remains. We just spent 2 hours watching a scene unfold before all of our eyes in Bowdoin, and we don't know the result. And that's part of what this whole storyline has been about, of following what we know and following what police are able to tell us, and then waiting for the next part. So what we don't know is, did those officers leave Bowdoin and they're headed somewhere else? And that's part of the mystery of trying to get closer to this first chapter of what happened last night, because there's so much more to get to.
To Amanda's point, the reason why we are still on air talking about this is what you saw a minute ago in that graphic. Police have considered their suspect, Robert Card, armed and dangerous. There is They have not told us otherwise. That this would be considered a public safety threat. Right. It is our job as journalists, when there is a public safety threat, whether it be somebody who's armed and dangerous, or something like a weather event, severe weather, that we would continue to be with you when lives are in jeopardy. And at this point, police have not told us anything counter to that
message.
So
Right.
that is why we are staying with you through this. Nobody's going to judge you if you turn this off, take a break, go read a book, go stream something else on Netflix, right? Nobody's going to judge you for that, because it's important for all of us to take a break. But we want you to understand, the viewers, why we are here throughout this, because there is a public safety element to this that
And
we have
with
to
that,
deliver
we've been
to.
in constant communication with the Department of Public Safety. They've been trying to keep us abreast of what's going on moment by moment, even trying to kind of fact check things in real time. So we're hoping for another update from them this evening. It's unless he happened to be in that home, it's unlikely that's going to come out in the form of a press conference, right? But perhaps even a minor update about what happened there. Is expected in the coming moments.
And to all of your points, sort of an anticlimactic 2 hours that just finished here, where we just watched all of those tactical vehicles leave, and we have no idea what came out of that. And so you can bet a lot of people who, as you said, were hoping for some sort of outcome out of this, still up in the air. And just the roller coaster of emotions, I think, for a lot of people over the more than 24 hours from when we first learned at 6:56, or when police first got that call at 6:56 that there was an active shooter at Spare Time Recreation there in Lewiston, who then moved over to Schmenge's Bar and Grill, that pool hall just 4 miles away. I think it's been just a lot for people to process.
It has. And I don't want to lose sight of the mental health aspect at play here. We were talking about the training these folks go through, the crisis intervention training, the negotiation teams involved. They're prepared to handle this situation because NBC News has been reporting that Robert Card experienced some kind of acute mental health episode, according to family members, just before this all happened. And reportedly hearing kind of voices. This is according to his sister-in-law, Katie Card. He had a history of mental illness, and they got increasingly concerned just in the last couple of months. She said, quote, "We just reached out to make sure everyone was on the same page because he's someone who does gun training. We were concerned about his mental state, that's all."
And we have images from some of the other scenes that we can probably show as well, where we're again continuing to be an active scene in Lewiston at both of those places, where we know the FBI brought in evidence collection teams.
Well, yeah, I mean, to that point, those scenes are not considered cleared, right? There are still law enforcement officers there on all of those. Now, there are several aspects to the investigation, right? There's the evidence collection. There's the interviewing process of witnesses. So you can't really, quote unquote, clear a scene. I can't imagine that with the amount of forensic evidence these technicians would have to gather, that these would be cleared anytime soon. The other thing to keep in mind too is we have some of these law enforcement officers who have been working as long or longer than we have. Some of them are just getting to take a break after 20 to 24 hours.
Oh, yeah,
and keep in mind, some of them, they came from out of state. They came from, from Boston. They came from, the feds. So these are people who, in these situations, they have to be ready to deploy to one of these and say, okay, hey, we've got a lead. We've got to go and check this out. Oh well, guess what? That person hasn't, eaten food for, however many hours, but they still have to be ready to act and take action should something arise.
And to that point, healthcare workers also, we know at least 100 of them came in on off duty last night to help out. We do know there are still injured people in those hospitals, and healthcare workers working really hard to help more families have a better outcome here.
It was the chief medical officer for Central Maine Healthcare who said earlier this afternoon, we're getting a lot of support from the community. People are donating food, which is great. One thing that our leadership team has been focused on is making sure that those healthcare professionals get to go home, take a break, see their family, get rest, and then come back and be ready to treat these patients on top of the other patients that they might normally see on a daily basis.
Right.
Again, that's a little bit different with the shelter-in-place order. I understand that, but there are patients who were in this hospital before this situation broke out.
Right.
Our Don Kerrigan has been in Lewiston all day. He is still there. He is someone we lean on regularly for his expertise and his history of knowledge in Maine. And Don, you had a unique perspective of being in those press events today where we learned a lot of information, at least what could be shared. So what can you share with us tonight from there, Louis?
Well, it struck me that at the only police briefing we've had today, they were very circumspect. Let's put it that way. Would not give out much information at all related to if they think about a motive, where they're going to search, what they know or suspect about where the shooter may actually be or may be going or may have gone, as the case may be. That's fairly typical for Maine law enforcement in cases like this, in situations that are unfolding. They're usually very, very tight-lipped with information. But one thing, Shannon Moss, the spokesperson for the Department of Public Safety, told me this afternoon that they've been getting hundreds of tips on their tip lines that the police have phoned in, and I presume maybe texted, maybe emailed as well. And those all have to get chased down. It doesn't sound like it was one of those that led to tonight's search in Bowdoin. That's probably more normal course of events, searching a property, perhaps related to the family, all of that in the town of Bowdoin, where Mr. Card lives. But they're chasing down all of these tips. They brought in a tremendous number of police officers from outside of this area. They're working at a command post, I believe, up at the high school, to go through all of that, check them out, see what seems likely, legitimate, worth following up on, and all of that. And that's kind of going to be, I presume, where they're going next. We don't know if they have any hard tips. They were searching some buildings, looking at some places in Lisbon earlier today. To the best of our knowledge, they've continued searching in the Lisbon area, but again, we have no details of that. This search that sounds like it's pretty much winding down in the town of Bowdoin. I think Rob Caldwell this afternoon, they were talking about how challenging this is, big area, and what do police actually have for leads to try to help them understand where to go next, where to go looking for him. Also, the helicopter action, when they turned all the lights out tonight, I was wondering if they were using thermal imaging devices perhaps to search from the aircraft to search some of the ground area to see if they see any heat signature of someone out in the woods there around that home. Sounds like they came up maybe empty-handed, or at least maybe they know more. If they did find a note, do they know more? Are there some leads coming out of what they found and in there that may be pointing them in some other directions? It's a challenge. We often hear about a search for a person, and usually it doesn't take too long. But in this case, it may be a while because they're trying to find this guy, and it's proving difficult.
Don Kerrigan, they're live in Lewiston.
Yeah, and as Don mentioned, as it gets dark, this search gets harder. So using that technology of the thermal imaging will certainly come in handy for all of those helicopters that we've heard circling, honestly, for the last 24 hours. So I think we're going to go now. We don't want to lose sight of the victims tonight of this. We actually spoke to a survivor. Chad Hopkins spoke to one of our digital producers, Griffin, and he shared his story and his memories of a friend that he lost, Trisha Aslin. Take a listen.
We had the Apple Valley Bowling League, and we take up lanes 1 through 10, I think. Unfortunately for our league specifically, we were near the closest exit of the back of the building. I was in a really good position where it was me, a handful of tables and things, and then there was him at the front counter. So when I saw him looking down at his gun, he was facing away from our group. I turned to everybody at the bowling alley on that side, and I said, "Everybody, get out that exit door right now! Live shooter!" Just yelled as loud as I could to get her, and everybody just started running towards that back exit. And part of me is thankful that I was where I was at the time to help and get my mother and my crew out of there to safety. But at the same time, I almost wish that I was up closer to him when he came in, because every time I close my eyes, I visualize myself attacking him. So those people without shoes on or one shoe on and no phones, no keys, no nothing. And we all just kind of found our way across the street into this well-lit parking lot area. And we're basically kind of taking head counts at that point, like who's missing, who's here, who's not here. Pretty stressful times, because without everybody having their phones, you can't really account for everybody, because there's 10 people over at Marco's, there's a person in the ditch over there, another couple already ran off, and then they called someone to come pick them up. So there's people missing. And Trish was definitely somebody I was looking for, and she didn't make her way out.
Wow. So again, that was Chad Hopkins there, a friend of one of the victims, Trish, as he said, Aslan. They were friends. They worked together at the Apple Valley Golf Course. Chad remembering her as a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend. She was also a mother, an avid golfer, and a bowler, someone you would do anything for any time.
And just to kind of recap where we are now and where we all started, we do have a timeline we can run through here. Police first heard of shots fired at Spare Time Recreation at 6:56 p.m. At 7:08, they got calls about shots being fired at Schmenge's Bar and Grill. At 8 o'clock, they released a photo of who they believed to be the shooter. Bates College went into lockdown shortly after that. If you know the area at all, you know that Bates is sort of right in the center of all of that there in Lewiston. Auburn residents and then Lewiston residents ordered to shelter in place right around 8:30. 9:15, police released a photo of the vehicle that they believed Robert Card was in, and that was that white Subaru that they ended up finding later on at the boat ramp in Lisbon around 11:30. And again, they did not find Card with that car. It was right around 11 o'clock they named Robert Card as a person of interest. We now know that he is a suspect in this. He does face at least 8 charges of murder. It could be 10 more as police continue to identify some of the victims in this shooting. But again, they are continuing this manhunt for Robert Card. And at this point, what we know is that police have confirmed 18 people are dead, 13 are injured. The shelter in place remains in Bowdoin, Lisbon, and Lewiston. And again, Androscoggin County kind of doing an umbrella for the entire county, asking people to stay where they are. Don't go anywhere if you don't have to.
And tonight was a good reminder of that, of what we watched unfold in Bowdoin, is
Right.
that there is still that, from the last messages we got from police, there is still that concern out there that this individual is considered armed and dangerous and not in custody. And that is the part that those hundreds of members of law enforcement from across Maine and New England are here working on right now. And we saw some of that. I'm sure that is just a small fraction of the force that is in our communities that we may or may not even see looking for him right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and a moment that we kind of had to take a breath since we've been on the air since this first happened well over 24 hours ago was when NBC Nightly News was on, and we all kind of stopped and looked that the national news was live in Maine covering this tragedy. In fact, Jack Mulmid spoke to Lester Holt shortly after nightly news. I believe that we have that sound for you. Take a listen.
What do you hope people watch and are able to take away at the end of this? We pray that some resolution comes with this, that we find the guy.
Well, certainly. I mean, that's the number one thing, obviously, resolution to get him off the streets. But, this will provoke conversations. Some of them we've had before about guns and mental health, but I think that the mental health component is one I think that's going to draw a lot of attention. It's a conversation that needs to be had, and there's plenty of folks who have ways to bring it to action. But I think that's going to be part of the story. Warning signs, how they were dealt with. That's the kind of stuff that we need to learn from. And it's our job as journalists to keep that story out there and provoke that conversation.
For sure. That sounds great. Anything else you feel like that might be worthwhile in this conversation?
No, it's just, when I go to cities, that have been devastated by, mass shootings, people, they're very personal. They want to protect the image of their town. And I always point out, it's not a measure of a city or of a region. It's just something that happened in that particular place, not because of that place. At least that's my experience. I've traveled to so many lovely places, lovely people who have just suffered this unspeakable kind of horror. And what makes it awful as we report it is that we know that we'll be out somewhere else at some point. I hate to be Debbie Downer, but that's the reality of these things, that we will be in another community, and I'll be having, unfortunately, the same conversation with another reporter.
I've been a reporter for 3 years now, and this is the first. I knew it would come one day, but it's shocking.
Yeah, it is. When you're on the anchor desk and you're reporting these kind of stories, as I was last night, you kind of take a deep breath, because these things you often don't know where it's happening, and the first information you get is not always the most accurate in terms of death toll and that sort of thing. And you're watching, these stories become bigger by the moment, and it's they're among the hardest for me personally to report.
Definitely.
So again, Lester Holt and the NBC News nightly news team were in Lewiston tonight for their broadcast at 6:30, which we carried, and then came back on the air at 7. Jack Mulmid talking with Lester Holt tonight, kind of about a point we have talked about a lot in the last 24 hours. Of we know this has happened in other communities. We've reported on it. We have covered it, and it's in our neighborhood now. And just that perspective that. As Lester said, he knows he will be in another community doing this all again. But it is our turn, and it's our time to process it. Just this evening, Senator Susan Collins was in Lewiston at the latest briefing that we saw at Lewiston City Hall, and we want to share some of what she shared with the public tonight.
It's a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington, and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack.
And I know it's still early, and we do not want to be overly political here, but Lester Holt mentioned the fact that this does spark a conversation around mental health among our gun safety laws in place. At that same press conference, Congressman Jared Golden, who his hometown is Lewiston, spoke even apologizing for his past votes against assault weapons ban, calling for Congress to ban assault weapons, and again apologizing, which was a significant moment for him and an emotional one in that press conference earlier today.
Specifically for forgiveness for the way he has voted and for not doing enough.
On that same vein, and with keeping in mind that now is not the time to make it political, addressing the mental health aspect is a fact that we at this station and reporters all out throughout the state have talked about for years. The lack of infrastructure in this state to take care of people who have severe mental health needs. And we're not just talking about buildings and beds, but also the people who care for them, the caregivers. There are projections that Maine is going to be short by thousands of healthcare workers by, I believe, the year, is it 2025 or 2030? This is a problem, right? This is something that, how can we address this if we do not have the people to do it? So that part of it is not new. The fact that we don't have the infrastructure in this state to take care of the vast amount of mental health issues, whether they be related to gun violence or not.
And we do have more sound, by the way, from our delegation here in Maine. Senator Angus King was, I believe, outside of Central Maine Medical Center earlier today, and he spoke about this as well.
I believe one of the real problems in these situations is what's called large capacity magazines, where a shooter doesn't have to reload. And I think that's one of the most dangerous parts of this kind of situation. In terms of the mental health issues, we've heard, it hasn't been verified, but it's been discussed in the press that he had mental health issues. But whether the question is, when did he acquire the gun? If he acquired the gun 10 years ago when he was healthy and in the Army or in the Army Reserves, that's different than if he had the mental health issues and then went and got a gun. We don't know the answer to that.
Still a lot of unanswered questions, as Senator King just mentioned, and we have heard from a lot of our members of the delegation here in Maine that that they're hearing from their colleagues, speaking to Lester Holt's point of this has happened and will continue to happen in another hometown. They heard from a lot of their colleagues who are in states where this has already happened.
Yeah, even earlier today, when we heard from Governor Mills this morning, it feels like an eternity ago now, she was sharing that, of course, President Biden reached out, but what seemed to touch her more was the fact that governors from across the country, across the region, reached out and offered support, many of whom who have experienced this before. So could offer some guidance there, and she was very visibly emotional through that. So hopefully these lawmakers are able to lean on others who have navigated this difficult course. Unfortunately, we don't want that to be a reality, but it is.
Right.
Our colleague Brooke Griffin was also at Central Maine Medical Center, where we also just heard from Senator Angus King, with a look at the perspective of what's been happening there over the last 24 hours.
Here at Central Maine Medical Center, the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded the entire day. These officers standing out front wearing protective gear with long guns, speaking to everybody that comes up to that entrance before letting them through. It's been about 24 hours since police say 40-year-old Robert Card walked into a bowling alley and a restaurant and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring 13. Here at Central Maine Medical Center, they began receiving an influx of trauma patients quickly. A spokesperson telling us they got 15 patients within that first hour. Of those, 1 was transferred to another hospital, 2 were sent home, 8 were admitted, and 3, unfortunately, passed away. The hospital did go into a lockdown at the time of that shooting, which is procedure when during any nearby shooting scene. The hospital is still under a lockdown as long as the shelter-in-place order is implemented, but they are still taking walk-in and emergency patients as long as they go through security first. Leaders here saying they've never seen anything like this before, but their staff was ready.
We have an incredible team, and they train for this. We perform drills around the clock, or not around the year. We had multiple specialties engaged and involved, our orthopedic surgeons, our urologists, our vascular surgeons, of course our trauma surgeons and our emergency department physicians. We had brought in about 50 additional individuals, caregivers, doctors, providers, nurses, respiratory therapists to help out with this. And they were able to very expertly and compassionately take care of those patients.
Of those 8 patients that were admitted here to this hospital, they tell us that 5 of them are currently listed in stable condition, while 3 of them are currently listed at critical. Of course, this is something that we'll be following, and all new information we'll get out to you as soon as we can. In Lewiston, Brooke Griffin, News Center, Maine.
And our coverage continues. We do plan on being on air till at least midnight tonight with you to keep track of what's going on. So Brian and I are going to step away for a moment, let you guys kind of take over here, and then we'll sort of take turns from there on out because there is still a lot to cover. This is still a very active search for Robert Card.
Absolutely, and I want to emphasize that we are not leaving at midnight. This is just an evolving situation.
Right.
We're figuring it out. We will continue to stay on air as long as we need to get you the latest information. I believe we have the victims, their photos again. Tough to look at. You can see Trisha Aslin there, who her friends called Trish, was at Spare Time. We just heard a little while ago from her friend and colleague at Apple Valley Golf Course about how she was a proud mother, an avid golfer, a bowler, someone who was passionate in her community and a truly beloved friend. It sounded like they were there at Spare Time for a bowling league where they had a team for Apple Valley. So her friends and family really mourning her loss tonight.
Yeah, I have a friend of hers reaching out to me now to said Trisha was a saint. She took care of everyone, no matter what the situation. This person said it didn't surprise me that she tried to help by calling 911. Always a smile, no matter what may have been bothering her.
Yeah, so that referencing the fact that we've heard from several people saying that unfortunately she was shot while trying to dial 911 and get help for all the people inside Spare Time at that moment. And don't just look at her face, look at all the faces on your screen right now. We are working to confirm the identities of other folks. State police are working to confirm the identities of other folks. I believe they said they had 8 people earlier today who they had identified. I'm sure by now that they have more. And we're just waiting to get more information from them. But let us not lose sight of the fact that these
there people... Are 18 people.
18.
Right.
Yeah.
18 people dead, 13 injured. And you're looking at 7 of them that we have been able to confirm through their families, through their friends that have told us. In a place where we feel comfortable saying, okay, enough people have confirmed to us that this person has unfortunately become a victim of this violence. For example, Peyton Brewer Ross, one of the sources that we heard from, to use it as more of a generic term, was his employer, Bath Iron Works, where he was a member of the AFL-CIO union as well. And Bath Iron Works had released a statement and a picture of Peyton saying, all of us at Bath Iron Works are heartbroken to share that we have lost a member of our BIW family. We send our deepest condolences, thoughts, and prayers to the family and friends of our employee, Peyton Brewer Ross, who was killed in Lewiston on Wednesday night. Peyton was a valuable part of our team, a member of the pipe shop test crew, and recently assisted in the launch of Hull 523 Harvey C. Barnum Jr. DDG 124. Peyton completed the grueling coursework and on-the-job training of BIW's rigorous apprenticeship program, graduating in 2022. He was hired just 5 years ago and was making a positive impact on our company. He will be sorely missed.
Yeah, another person on your screen there, Joshua Seal, his wife Elizabeth, posting to Facebook that it is with a heavy heart that she shares that Joshua passed away, correcting herself, saying, no, he was murdered in the shooting in Lewiston. It still feels surreal. Those of you who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups. He was always there for them, lending an eye or a hand and going to their sporting and extracurricular activities. We continue to read these difficult quotes tonight. Another one talking about how this isn't something you'd expect. I believe we have a story from News Center Maine's Vivian Lee about another person who experienced this firsthand.
I'm going to miss them.
Brandon Mullen is mourning several of his friends killed in the shooting rampage at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley Wednesday night. The Lewiston man was getting ready to play a game when he heard a loud bang, then another one.
I had my bowling ball in my hand and I heard a gunshot and I dropped my bowling ball on the other bowling balls and I ran.
He and other bowlers headed to the closest door, away from the gunfire, which was erupting near the entrance.
They opened the door and we pushed each other and to get out of there.
Brandon ran to a nearby restaurant where others hid in the back of the building. He managed to get home safely, only to find out that several of his friends had lost their lives, including Tricia Aslan, who worked at the bowling alley. Brandon says she was near the entrance when the alleged gunman, Robert Card, burst through the door. The longtime bowler says while he has continued to receive calls and messages of support since the tragedy, he won't be at peace until Card is arrested.
I just wish that they do something big time to try to find the person who did this.
And there is justice for his friends he loves so much. Vivian Lee, News Center, Maine.
You know, another one of the 7 people that we've been able to confirm so far killed in this mass shooting was Ron Morin, a softball umpire is probably how he was probably best known in his community. Mostly in the Lewiston, Auburn area. He did some state tournaments. I spoke with his close friend and colleague from USA Softball, Dave Mulcahy. And Dave told me that Ron had touched a lot of lives and that people were drawn to him.
Looks like he may have even been on the field in that photo there. Yeah. If you look at the screen and the photo that they shared.
Well, it's funny. Funny is the wrong word. I was speaking to the person who took that photo, and I said, "Was he an umpire of some kind?" "Oh yeah, he loved it." Wow. And one of his other friends told me that he'd been doing it for at least 10 years. You know, Dave was telling me his colleague as an umpire said Ron was even-tempered. Never saw him throw anyone out of a game. Keep in mind, this is a adult softball, right? It's
so
men's, it's co-ed, right? It's gym class heroes kind of getting excited. But this is a guy who Dave says was always smiling, talking about Ron Morin, and that there was another friend of his who lives in Westbrook, who works at one of the Hannaford supermarkets. He said that Ron had worked for Coca-Cola. That's how they kind of got to know each other, was that Ron would come in, deliver shipments to the Hannaford supermarkets where this other person had worked, and that finally this past summer they went to a restaurant together in Old Orchard Beach. They finally got to introduce each other's spouses to each other. This friend told me whenever we would reconnect, Ron always had a smile on his face and a huge hug to offer. Such a great person.
Right. Another person there on your screen, we talked about Trish. We spoke to her friend Chad Hopkins, and we heard from him probably about an hour ago. He was there at spare time with the bowling league. He escaped alive, and Trish didn't make it, dialing 911 as she was shot.
These are good people. And they didn't deserve their they didn't deserve this at all. It really hits home. It sounds like a cliche. Everybody says, "Oh, it'll never happen here. I only see it in movies. It's in another state. It's in another country, or whatever." And then next, you're running for your life, fearing that you're going to get shot in the back while you and all of your family and friends are trying to escape a family bowling alley on a Wednesday. And you're just like, what kind of absolute sick person does that?
Wow. Tough to hear. I cannot imagine what he's going through. I hope that he has the support that he needs. Our heart goes out to all of the family members tonight who are sharing these posts on Facebook, messaging us, of course, because they want their loved ones to not be remembered by this tragedy. They want them to be remembered by the lives that they lived. So we have some messages of support coming in from really all across the country tonight. These are social media posts being shared. You can see it might go away here, but that State of Maine outline with the heart over Lewiston has kind of become the logo, if you will, of this tragedy. We're hearing LA strong, Lewiston strong, Maine strong. Like you hear time and time again when these tragedies happen. And I am not surprised, because Mainers always come together in difficult times. But the outpouring has been truly remarkable.
I am just learning this for the first time, and please pardon me if we hadn't already talked about this, but Joshua Seal, being told, was one of the other interpreters who worked at the Maine CDC for the daily press briefings during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Oh wow, it's a friend.
That's actually coming from somebody who works for Maine CDC.
Okay,
so giving us that information here, wow, kind of didn't.
So through the pandemic was one of those people you saw up there with Governor Mills, Dr. Shaw.
Yeah.
Keeping us
Screen and screen.
informed. There was the deaf community. We've also heard there were several young people who happened to be deaf that were playing bowling, in a league that night when those shots rang out. So really, it's important that we continue to share these stories. I know this is not everyone. We are doing our best to gather the correct information, get permission to share the photos with you from the family, because we want to be as respectful as we can through this process. And with that, it is so important that as you're hearing these stories, as you're watching us, we understand this is hard. We have been talking to mental health professionals throughout this time. I believe we have a full screen to pull up for resources. We've started, our team has kind of gathered a resource page. The Department of Health and Human Services, I believe, according to Governor Mills, released their own webpage with resources for families, for kids, for anyone really. So if you just text the word support to 207-828-6622, again, that's the word support to 207-828-6622. We will send a link right to your phone with some of those resources, and you can even just click on the video and hear from some of the mental health experts we've had here on our air over the last 24 hours, just reminding you to take a breath, check in with one another, approach people how they need to be approached in the moment as best you can.
This is so difficult because, and I think we heard Lester Holt say this, that in times like these, people are very protective of the image of their community. And I think we probably, you've traveled all over the state talking to people from Maine, people who live in Maine for the last 8 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've absorbed a little bit of that as we've met people from a variety of different backgrounds in cities all over this state about the pride that they take in this community. And there is an aspect to that. And so, as part of that, this can become very consuming, something that has changed that pride that people have always had about their state. And this really marks a kind of a point in this state's history that a lot of people will remember for a very, very long time. And so it is to say that throughout this process, if you find yourself being one of those people who having a hard time taking yourself away from social media, the news, the headlines, whether that's on your phone or on your TV, it just is a good reminder to do some of those basic things. I think we hear them sometimes and we kind of go, I don't really think it was that basic to just drink some water, take a deep breath, step outside.
We had Greg Marley on last night reminding us that kind of the adrenaline we're all feeling, even folks at home watching police officers out in the field, obviously the extreme sense, but that adrenaline pumping through you, it is so important to drink water, just from your body's perspective. And for your mental health. So I hope you're all taking care tonight. And Chris, Oh,
you know what? I apologize. I need to make a quick correction. Joshua Seal worked with the Maine CDC, but he worked with the interpretation services. So he technically did not work for the Maine CDC, but was doing work with the Maine CDC as part of the interpretation services the Maine CDC contracted with. So,
and as you know,
my apologies.
As you know, as we continue to get this information in, we'll keep it accurate and correct ourselves in small moments like that.
These are tough. I mean, and that's why we are so sensitive about all of these things, right? Talking about things in specifics throughout this process, because it can change in a moment or in an hour. Something that might seem like a long time to the viewers at home, that was an hour ago, but for us, I mean, these 26 hours have gone by what seems like remarkably fast. But I'm sure that for the people at home who are experiencing a shelter-in-place order or dealing with the loss of their loved ones, that this has been nothing but fast but painstaking.
Absolutely. And I know you've talked to so many people. We all have been trying to talk to as many people as possible, including someone at Bates College, which of course has been on lockdown. And the tough part, we've shared this interview already, but the tough part is they're an expert in shootings like this, and they're living it. This
really struck me. This is the person we're talking about is Professor Michael Rock. He's the chair of the Department of Sociology at Bates College, and his research focuses on mass public shootings in a variety of ways. And Luke, I apologize. We've been on so long that my earpiece has lost the battery's dead, so I need to go replace it. Do you know?
Yeah,
do we have that?
They have the sound
so
queued up.
let's listen to Professor Rock talk about how difficult it is to analyze these situations, how each one is so unique, but unfortunately so many of them have common threads. Take a listen.
Well, the research on mass shootings in particular, or mass public shootings, is relatively new in terms of gun laws. The types of laws that seem to be effective in terms of reducing, and I don't necessarily want to say reducing, but they're associated with a lower level of mass public shootings. The types of laws that seem to be effective there are permit laws, and so requiring a permit, which is somewhat similar. Universal background checks, I think, are sort of a common sense approach that we may take. Our research didn't show a direct correlation between that and mass public shooting incidents or casualties. But the magazine capacity is also a major factor, and so reducing the types of magazines that can hold many rounds it tends to be associated with fewer mass shootings, fewer fatalities, I should say, when there's a mass shooting.
Professor, I saw you tweet at your students saying, Bates students who see this, please reach out and let me know you are safe and let us know what you need. What was going through your head when you sent that out?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the students that I have in my classes, and we talk about these issues all the time, and it's often in the abstract, and then something like this happens and they are in a situation where there's not a lot of information. They know that they're in a lockdown. Some of the students have been telling me that they're stuck in a particular building and they're afraid they're going to have to spend the night there. They don't really know exactly what's going on. And so, especially for the students who have taken the classes that I teach on these topics, it can be something that is that affects you a little bit more different than if you hadn't really been aware of these types of issues. But in general, just making sure that the students have what they need and that they feel safe and supported, I think is really important. And so I've reached out to my classes and to I'm the chair of the sociology department, and so I've reached out to sociology students as well, just trying to make sure that they have what they need and that they know that we're thinking about them and that we're there if they need us.
I had seen, obviously, from Mary, the fact that the campus is still on lockdown. Have you heard anything about when that lockdown may lift?
So the lockdown is going to be in place until the situation is resolved. The suspect is apprehended. We just got an email from the campus that says that school or classes are canceled for tomorrow. The lockdown is not going to be lifted until there is more information about the suspect and whether the threat has been resolved. So class is canceled tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of changes moving forward as we try to process. Again, we don't know who is involved, and Bates is a community. Bates is a community that's integrated within Lewiston, and Lewiston is a small community, and so it's very. This is going to be something that we're going to take some time to take some time to heal.
And my, hate to say thoughts and prayers, but my thoughts, my feelings, my prayers, my strength, all of us here at News Center, sending that to you, your students, your staff, your community. And I just appreciate your time in this. Do you anticipate a heightened level of security around campus over the next few days? Does that typically happen after something like this?
Yeah, so I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of things that happen. We have planned the inauguration of our new president happening on Friday, and we have students who are now going to be needing a lot of support. We have classes and assignments and things that we have to figure out. I'm assuming that in order to ensure that students feel safe, there will be more security measures in place. One thing that we actually have in place because of COVID is buildings are locked, and you need a card to access them. There was talk about that being removed as we move forward in the semester, but I would be surprised if now we move away from that as an added security measure.
Professor, I don't want to keep you longer than is necessary, but I want to give you an opportunity. If there's something we've not covered that you think the public needs to know about events like this and the work that you've done to explore and understand them, is there something we haven't covered that you want to make sure the public understand?
Yeah. So I would say that I don't want the public to think that because of this event, Maine is a dangerous state or Lewiston is a dangerous city. These are events that every one of them is horrible. Every one of them is tragic. They have been increasing in recent years. That is not something that is just made up by the media, but they remain incredibly rare. And the people are safe, generally speaking, in places like Maine and in places like schools. That does not discount the fact that there is a risk and that people have been killed and injured. But I want people to feel safe as they walk about their community, but also be safe as well.
Professor Michael Rock, Department Chair of Sociology at Bates College, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so
Be
much.
safe.
Don't worry about it. Thank you.
You had heard Professor Rock talking about kind of some of the logistics around the lockdown. Keep in mind, obviously, that interview was what we did last night as this situation was unfolding. We do want to give you an update from Bates College. This is from Jeffrey Swift. And this is an update that came in. They've done two updates today, one at 5 o'clock and this latest one at 9 p.m., so within the last hour. We are writing to follow up on our 5:10 p.m. message as indicated. While I am hopeful that a resolution will come sooner rather than later, we remain in a shelter-in-place posture until law enforcement changes their guidance. As soon as the order is lifted, we'll update the campus as quickly as possible through text messages and emails used throughout the past 24 hours. This, I think, is important. We will send a message by 5:30 a.m. tomorrow that will include 3 updates that will be impacted by the status of the shelter-in-place order. These are information about student dining in the Commons on Friday, which is tomorrow, information about campus status being open or closed, and information about community gatherings, either virtual or in person.
Yeah, and we're hearing about schools across the state canceling classes tomorrow. A number of events have been canceled. I know there was a big Halloween party in downtown Portland that has been canceled. Really, the state at a standstill. I think we have some video that shows that the entire state did really shut down today. A bunch of stores, kind of empty streets by most standards in downtown Portland. We had some empty parking lots that we saw in the Lewiston area.
The second largest state in the city.
Correct, and really just eerie, an eerie feeling to try and make sense of as we sit in this kind of holding pattern, waiting for police to capture Robert Card. We're experiencing just a weird moment in time for our state, for lack of a better word, and I think it's tough. I think it's tough for people to see us taking this moment, but I also think it's important that we are staying inside, especially in Androscoggin County and those communities as this manhunt continues, that people are staying inside if they can and playing it safe.
That is the key right now. And again, as a reminder, in case you've joined us within the last hour or so, the reason why we have been on the air nonstop since this situation unfolded last night at 7 p.m., so 27 hours ago. The reason that we have been on the air nonstop is because police have called Robert Card armed and dangerous, and there is a public safety risk which police have by no means said is no longer a threat to the public. And so it is our duty as journalists to keep our public informed and safe. And so that is what we are attempting to do with our coverage here by explaining to you not only what has happened, but also remembering the 18 people shot and killed, the 13 people injured.
Yeah, that video from earlier today, aerials over spare time, where that shooting first broke out now well over 24 hours ago. Inside not that location, but actually the second location, the bar and grill, was the manager, Joseph Joey Walker. Jack Mulmid was outside Central Maine Medical Center last night speaking to City Councilor Leroy Walker, who was the father of Joey. He was looking for him, kind of fearing the worst, and unfortunately the worst came true. He was the manager at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, and Lester Holt spoke to his father earlier today. Take a little bit of a listen to that.
Joey Walker was shot to death at Schmeggy's. Shot to death, but then he went into telling her that he died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife from somewhere, as you know, he has all that stuff near the bar anyways, and he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else. The gunman shot him twice through the stomach.
Does it change your pain at all?
Oh,
knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Talking with Leroy Walker, who is an Auburn City Councilor, we know that his son Joey was one of the victims in this shooting.
So if you were with us last night when we were on the air, we would be on there for a while with you now, obviously. We also spoke with him when he didn't know.
Right.
All he knew was that he could not get in touch with his son, which was unusual. He said they usually would have been in touch every day. And he said he knew that if his son had been able to get out safely, he somehow would have communicated with his dad. So he was kind of in this position of, I feel inside, I know what happened here.
Right.
But he was waiting for official word, and then certainly today got the official word, and clearly devastating as it would be. And as we are learning today, is for so many families. And that number still jumps out. You see it on the bottom of your screen there, 18 people killed in Lewiston shooting. Doesn't get easier to read, doesn't get easier to see and recognize. That's a big number.
It's a very big number, and we know at least 13 others injured. We know hospital staff still working to help a lot of families here, a lot of those victims. And in Lewiston at Central Maine Medical Center last night, we were seeing crowds of families outside of that major trauma hospital there. And also in Lewiston tonight, we have had our Don Kerrigan there all day long. You have been, Don, a part of a lot of the press briefings we've had from police this morning and then from members of our delegation.
Yeah, there's been a lot of words spoken. There's still a lot of detail, a lot of information that we don't have, lots of questions we would like to have answered now, and we can't get those answers now, perhaps in some cases because the folks we ask don't have them yet. And that's going to unfold the next couple of days. I wanted first, though, to talk about a little more about what you folks were just talking about, which is the emotional impact of this, not just on Lewiston and Auburn, but really on the whole state of Maine. I was very surprised to learn how that schools and businesses were closed today, far, far away from Lewiston and Auburn, far from where you would reasonably think there might be an actual threat from a gunman at large. And I think some of it is shock, some of it certainly sadness, and in thoughts and prayers of the people here in Lewiston. This tragedy casts a long shadow. As you were talking a few minutes ago, Bath Iron Works worker lost his life last night. That extends to hundreds of people far flung. I was a worker for a beverage distributor this morning in the town where I live, and his company, based in the Portland area, had one of their employees at one of the locations last night who lost his life. So this tragedy reaches out way, way beyond Maine, really touching all of our state. Governor Mills at the briefing this morning, which seems a very long time ago now, talked about that. The governor was very hoarse, her voice, because she had been up talking all night and working on this previously, but she talked about that emotional impact and how it really people here in Lewiston. Let's listen.
I know that the people of Lewiston are enduring immeasurable pain. I wish I could take that pain off your hearts, off your shoulders, but I promise you this, we will all help you carry that grief. I ask Maine people to join me in offering our comfort to the families and friends who have lost someone, and in offering our prayers for swift recovery for those who are healing in Maine's hospitals today. This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal together.
We, of course, have watched with great sadness as these mass shootings have happened in other parts of the country, never really expecting that our city, our largest city in Maine, would be added to those list of mass shooting cities. And it's just a terrible shame, a terrible impact, but the search goes on. Shannon Moss from Public Safety says that they are continuing to search in the Lisbon area, says they'll be back at Bowdoin tomorrow to search another house. Meanwhile, the question exists, what do people do tomorrow? Do businesses reopen? Do they stay closed? And questions won't be answered till tomorrow.
Don Kerrigan there, live for us in Lewiston, and thank you, Don. And his microphone was cutting out a little bit there, but important to reiterate kind of what he just said at the end there.
Shannon Moss from the Department of Public Safety is saying, most importantly, the search continues, and that they'll be focused on Lisbon and Bowdoin tomorrow. Basically, that's the focus at this point. And you've been hearing us say that, but that's why we're still with you, because there is that public safety concern for someone who is considered armed and dangerous.
And we did see a heavy police presence in Bowdoin already today. We know they executed a search warrant at a home in Bowdoin on Meadows Road. And that's actually where we have Alex Haskell joining us live now. And Alex, we had you for a couple of hours earlier where there was a lot of presence. Seems fairly quiet there now.
Are quiet. Actually, not too long ago, law enforcement came over to us and said basically there is no longer a scene. All law enforcement have left, but that wasn't the case just a few hours ago, where law enforcement just flooded in on this home down the road here behind me. It's obviously dark, you can't see it, but not too far away from us. You know, we were here a little before 6 o'clock. We were just kind of hanging out. Law enforcement had blocked off this road as they were executing a search warrant on a home. Things seemed to be quiet. And then as things got dark, actually a member of law enforcement came up to us, all reporters and photographers. There were dozens of us here just kind of waiting and watching to see what was going to happen here. The law enforcement official came up to us and asked us to turn our lights off that we have on top of the camera, like one that we're using right now, asked us to turn those off because of a dangerous situation. So we, of course, all listened to that law enforcement person and turned our lights off. And what happened next was pretty incredible. We saw large amounts of law enforcement come down the road. There were at least 2 armored vehicles. One I saw was from the New Hampshire State Police. They were here, followed by some other cruisers, and then they just slowly started to surround this home. They went in with these armored vehicles, law enforcement officers on foot, armed. There were canine teams, and there was a helicopter above all in this home. And then we heard someone speak over a bullhorn, a member of law enforcement, call Robert Card out by his name, saying that we know that you're inside this home, come out with your hands up with nothing in them. Law enforcement also saying, we won't hurt you. We won't hurt you. We heard this, they were repeating these lines for quite some time, and then they just stopped. And then it was sort of quiet, not much happening. Slowly, law enforcement would change their positions. They would come out of the driveway, come in. Eventually, we saw a crew leave, and then another crew leave, and that was basically it leading up to the situation that we have right now behind us. Just utter blackness, and that was not the case not too long ago, where we had dozens of reporters here and many law enforcement vehicles. So that is the scene here right now, Brian and Amanda, and the big question is, where is Robert Card, obviously?
Alex Haskell live in Bowdoin tonight, and Alex just walked you through what several hours was like this afternoon, but even for those of us who have been doing this a while, very unusual circumstances that we saw unfold there. We often have interaction with law enforcement. We're on the scene of something that is unfolding. But to have a situation like that, to say, turn your lights off, something big is going on, and then we sat there with Alex in the dark,
right,
watching whatever was going on unfold at that house in Bowdoin. And clearly it seems at this point that he was not in the house.
Mm-hmm. And to have that, to your point, to have that situation where, it's not often that we hear back in this room, because you and I are both reporters at heart. We have both been out there. Mm-hmm. It's not often that we back here are genuinely concerned about our reporters out in the field. And just, that's some of the stuff that we're dealing with here, back here, as much as you are dealing with as you're watching, is that uncertainty of, this is our friend, this is our colleague out there.
And we're all watching this happen.
And we know it's a dangerous situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially when law enforcement come over and tell you that. So, this whole thing is dangerous. Mm-hmm. Every aspect of it, our healthcare workers that are in the middle of it, the law enforcement that are in the middle of it. And so all we're trying to do is stay safe and get you the information. It was almost 12 hours ago now. There was a press briefing at Lewiston City Hall, 10:30 this morning. We heard from Governor Janet Mills and law enforcement officials, and we got a real look at what the actual timeline looked like. We all had our own notes of what happened through the night last night. We got a real look from Colonel William Ross of the Maine State Police of what unfolded last night.
18 people are now deceased at this time. The victims at the just-in-time establishment, 7 people are deceased there, 1 female and 6 males, all from an apparent gunshot wound. Victims at the Schmegley's Billiards, 8 are deceased. 7 males inside the establishment, 1 male outside of the establishment. Again, also apparent gunshot wounds. Multiple people were transferred to area hospitals, Central Maine Medical Center, St. Mary's, and Maine Medical Center. 3 people that were transferred to those hospitals are deceased, for a total of 18 people deceased at this time.
Colonel Williams there with the Maine State Police, kind of just recapping the situation. And as you mentioned, that was 12 hours ago that we last heard from them.
Which, Don Karen can comment on. It feels like much longer than that at that point. Mm-hmm. But, that was a moment we were hinging on coming into today. That would be our first real look at what facts police can share with us and are able to share with us, and that we can pass on to you. So we certainly got a lot of information there and so many more questions. And as we're learning tonight, it will continue tomorrow.
And, our Don Kerrigan kind of talked about how he had just heard from the public safety spokesperson, Shannon Moss, which we personally back here in the newsroom had not heard from her since 7:52 when police were at that scene in Bowdoin. But he heard from her that the search continues tonight in Lisbon. And we want to bring in Sam Rogers, who you were just at the scene in Bowdoin. Thanks for joining us now here. Now that they've cleared that scene in Bowdoin, it sounds like they're continuing the search in Lisbon, and you and Hannah Cumler were there last night.
Yeah, and in Lisbon, a hotbed, I don't know if that's the right word to describe it, but like we were saying on the air up until almost 4 a.m. Early yesterday morning, it was a constant just stream of cruisers driving by. It would kind of be like, one or two just flying right by. So we were posted right by Lisbon High School, in between Lisbon Falls and Lisbon Town Center, and that was kind of the mile stretch that was blocked off. And David Guilford was there today reporting that some of those roads were being reopened in the past number of hours. But it would be really quiet, and then 6 cars drive right by. And we were looking through just Google Maps just to try to see what possible area they could be searching. And we were right by the Androscoggin River. I had no idea how close the river was to the back of Lisbon High School. And we saw a number of tactical trucks set up behind the school. Going into the gym, we could see into the gym. And it looked like they were preparing for something. Of course, we can't really speculate as to what they were preparing for. But there was folks stationed all over, and you're looking at video, this is what we had from last night. That was our location. That mobile gas station is really where we saw it was cruisers and multiple police officers kind of on both sides blocking that fork in the road. But again, it seemed like there was probably a 2-hour stretch that every 15 minutes we would see multiple cruisers with the lights on driving by and then slowly kind of come on back. And as we reported last night, that helicopter that was circulating, we had a lot of folks on social media reach out to us looking at like the flight logs and the capabilities of that technology, searching land and the water. And it's a very wooded area, like a lot of these places in Maine. And I think what I've noticed is being in all 3 of these locations in the past however many hours, it's very an interesting just geographical difference, not in terms of the physical mileage distance, but Lewiston, second biggest city in the state. So Bowdoin, where we were tonight, and I tried to explain it a few hours ago, it was like a massive farm. That's really how big that property truly was. And then Lisbon, a more kind of in-between type community where there's more homes around, but still a lot of woods and that river. And again, just so many different areas for officers to search.
And we've said it all day long today, and you kind of touched on it, what you saw last night, what you saw earlier today in Lewiston, what you saw tonight in Bowdoin. These are all very active scenes.
Yes. Yeah, and that was, I tried to, I don't know if I did the best job trying to explain that from Bowdoin about how maybe the number of law enforcement officers is similar to what we've seen, but I know Zach said it right afterwards about how this is not normal for our state, and you could feel that intensity. Like I said, when we would see cruisers flying by us, going above the speed limit, we thought, oh, this is it, they have something. But of course, with all this information coming in from all these different kinds of sources, and we know our law enforcement agencies are pursuing everything to the fullest of their capabilities. So that was definitely something you could see was different, again, in this non-normal situation. And something else that I brought up, and the two of you know this in the field, a lot of times when you go on a scene, an officer will come up to you and give you a, hey, like heads up, here's kind of what's going on. The officers were really focused on looking out for our safety. Right when Hannah Cumler and I got to Lisbon Falls, they immediately told us, if I were you, I would back up. This is not a safe area. We heard other reports, law enforcement calling it a, quote, danger zone. Again, that stretch where you're looking right now. So that was where the circulation of the efforts was last night. I know David Guilford, again, said that those roads were reopened. That doesn't necessarily mean they're not still looking in those roads or in those areas. But again, there was a different feel, of course, with the 18 deaths. Something that these law enforcement agencies train for, never want to have to kind of go out and execute and try to find this suspect. But it definitely was that different intensity. Even in Lewiston today, one one cruiser would come up to the bowling alley where the first location of the shooting last night, and everyone's eyes are glued onto the attention. And if I can just for another second just give another compliment to law enforcement looking out for our safety. We talked to, I believe it was you two, when we had a man come from over the train tracks. We didn't know what was going on. We look into the street, and the officer that was posted across from the bowling alley near us walked over in a ready position, so to speak. And all the reporters from all the news outlets that were next to us looked back, and just a gentleman just walked down. He had something in his hand, like a bag of clothes or a bundle of clothes. And out of nowhere, we see other law enforcement officers from different agencies coming out of the woods. So they were checking our backs.
Right. Yeah.
And so they were behind us. So if you can think of, if you try to imagine at home, train tracks, a line of about 15 to 20 reporters, street, and then that scene, that bowling alley, there was law enforcement watching our backs from behind. And of course, that's a preventative measure, but they were there right away. By the time we were able to look and see what was going on, they were there taking care of the situation. And one of those officers did escort that gentleman down the train tracks, was trying to talk him out of maybe hey, don't be involved in this situation.
Don't walk through this
another neighborhood
scene,
yeah, especially just because everyone, whether it's members of the Lewiston community all over the state, ourselves even as folks that were on the ground in the field today, you're always a little uneasy. And so again, when one cruiser drives by, you think, is this it? And then when one person walks by, you think, get a little hesitant.
Well, I do think that's part of the unnerving part that continues now for going into a second night of what could happen next, because this person who was accused of doing something awful in our community is still out there and is considered armed and dangerous. So certainly, I think there is for all of us, especially those communities that are specifically under shelter in place for another night, unnerving of not knowing what could be next.
Yeah, and again, going back to just how quiet Lewiston was today. Again, weather-wise, the three of us talked about it. Couldn't be more of a perfect fall day to go to Kennedy Park and play basketball. And like I said, this was around 3 o'clock this afternoon. 3 people playing basketball, and that was really it. A lot of people, and again, as you've seen on big scenes, there's a lot of people that will typically come to watch and try to observe and see what's going on. Not a whole lot of that. We did speak with a mother from the area who lives kind of next of the street over from where we were. So she did come down to check, has a lot of friends that worked in that plaza where the bowling alley was. So just wanted to kind of see what was going on. But there wasn't a whole lot of folks mingling around Lewiston today, which I think was a really big indicator of how serious that shelter-in-place order was taken. And another thing we did report on, a lot of local shelters for unhoused neighbors really stepping up when a lot of businesses closed today. The Dunkin' Donuts, the Cumberland Farms in the city were all closed, but those shelters wanted to be open to provide a safe place because they said it was frankly terrifying for some of those Mainers last night. Being told to stay inside, and they didn't have that opportunity.
They didn't have a home,
right?
And it speaks quite a bit to, you mentioned the police having your backs and the police saying, I wouldn't go there if I were you, it's dangerous. All of these scenes have been dangerous. We know the shelter in place is happening for a reason because there is this man out there, Robert Card, that police are looking for, and they believe that he is armed and dangerous, and they have not caught him yet. And so he really could be anywhere at this point. He could be anywhere around you. But I think recognizing the fact that the media isn't there to be in the way, at least we personally are not trying to be in the way, but we're trying to get the word out. And I think they've appreciated that people have paid attention to this shelter in place.
Yes, absolutely. And that was a comment we did receive is we want to let, regardless of the situation, especially in a case like this, we do not want to be in the way at all. We are just trying to, again, pass those public messages of shelter in place in these communities. Here's where police are telling you to try to avoid, this road is closed and whatnot. And I think they've kind of understood that. Just again in Lewiston, in Bowdoin, and in Lisbon Falls, in the Lisbon area, they know that people care. I mean, how many hours have we been on straight? What is it, 27 hours straight. So clearly, Mainers want to know what is going on. I think from what we've kind of gathered is those folks that are there with us, they know that they're protecting us while also trying to protect everybody else in those communities.
Sam Rogers, always good to get your perspective on this. I know you've been in the thick of it these past few days, so thank you.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
We'll be here through the night too, as long as we need to be. Luke, our producer, do you think that it's worth revisiting that timeline of events that happened that Zach Blanchard had put together for us? Is that sure?
Right, so we'll just need a second to get that. And to Sam's point of that's why we're here, is because of the public safety part. We in this room with this group of journalists that we're fortunate to work with, we take that part of our job very seriously, and that is our responsibility to serve the public with information, and be it as limited as it is sometimes. We want to be able to provide you with what we do know and what we don't know, and right now is that there is still that threat out there.
Yes, and to that point, we have had many viewers reaching out to us, many friends, many family, saying, hey, this was on Facebook, why aren't you reporting this? Or, hey, we know this information, why aren't you reporting this? And we are doing our very best back here to confirm everything that we can. We're not going on air with just things that we're reading on social media. We do have a standard that we want to set for all of you at home, because we don't want to have to backtrack. This is a very serious event, and we want you to be as informed as possible on what's going on.
So to that point, we do have Zach Blanchard compiled some of the data we received today about the timeline of what things looked like last night, and he walks us through some of that.
It all started around 6:56 Wednesday night when police received reports of a shooting at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley. Then just minutes later at 7:08 p.m., dispatchers received 911 calls about a shooter at Shemengi's Bar and Grill 4 miles away. Video showed people running from the scenes. Less than an hour later at 8:06, police released this photo of the shooter from surveillance footage, walking into Spare Time with an assault rifle. Later, sharing this picture of a white Subaru they believe he was driving. At 8:09, nearby Bates College was placed on lockdown. After that, Auburn and Lewiston residents were ordered to shelter in place around 8:30 as hundreds of officers started a manhunt. Meantime, loved ones of the victims gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center.
Friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
At 9:26, police got a call identifying the shooter as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. At 9:56, officers were notified they found the white Subaru belonging to Card at a boat launch in Lisbon, but not him. Then at 11:52, Lisbon residents were ordered to shelter in place. Police holding a press conference warning the public of the danger.
Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
A reunification center was opened at Auburn Middle School, where some got good news and others got the news they feared.
Still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are.
Through the night, police continued their search. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bowdoin residents were ordered to shelter in place. Then at 10:30 Thursday morning, police confirmed 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured in the shooting. But the search continues for the suspect.
This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal.
Zach Blanchard there piecing together the information we got today from a timeline. It was pretty much exactly 12 hours ago that press briefing was held at Lewiston City Hall, where we heard from the governor, where she said it was a dark day in Maine. And that's the latest in terms of how the events unfolded over really a very short amount of time. A lot happened. And that was something that we've commented on, that it seems like a surprising number that it was just a 45-minute window from the first to the last of the patients transported from the scene to Central Maine Medical Center. So much happened very quickly. Sam Rogers was with us just a few minutes ago talking about that the search continues, and he was at multiple locations today where the search is being concentrated. Part of the story with this is that he also mentioned was so many communities were quiet today.
Yes.
There was nobody on the road. Businesses were closed, streets were closed, schools were closed. And that paints part of the picture of what we are all going through right now. And I think it helps give a little solace and peace to the fact that we are all going through this. We are all experiencing this together to a degree. So Ann Baldridge today hit the road for us to look at what that looks like in a few communities on just a devastating day like this.
I'm here at the LL Bean store in Freeport, where they are closed today, and the sign on the door behind me says that they're closed due to the tragedy that occurred last night in Lewiston, and also just to be cautious. They are just one of the many closures across the state today. More than 200 institutions, including several schools in Maine, were closed Thursday after at least 18 people were reportedly killed in mass shootings on Wednesday night. Central Maine Community College, Bates College, and the University of Southern Maine Lewiston were all closed as well. Many local establishments are also closed Thursday due to the tragedy in Lewiston and out of the abundance of caution. We'll continue to keep you updated as we learn more. In Freeport, Ann Baldridge, News Center, Maine.
And you mentioned, Brian, a lot of those communities closed today, but many of them still planning on being closed tomorrow.
Right.
We still have this shelter in place for Androscoggin County as a whole, also Bowdoin, Lisbon, Lewiston, very much still under this shelter in place, while there are still active scenes in those places.
Yeah, because a lot of the decision to close or not open or close for a little bit was based on kind of the anticipation that the shelter in place would be lifted,
right.
Or pending that being lifted. And as of tonight, it's not. It still exists.
And I don't think many people expected this to still be ongoing now, this
No.
many hours later. Again, that search continues for Robert Card, 40 years old, from Bowdoin. He is the man police believed opened fire at Spare Time Recreation and at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, the pool hall there in Lewiston. And we have 350 plus law enforcement officials that are involved in this. We know the FBI is involved in this search. In fact, we were talking with Zach Blanchard a little bit earlier, who had heard that specifically members from that team that went in to find the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston Marathon bombings were here in Maine helping with this search.
Which we know was we never want to compare, but it was a similar situation in the sense that it was, they're over here, we're getting a report they're there, we have to check this neighborhood, which is to a degree what is happening, I think, on a larger geographic scale in Maine right now.
A much more wooded area, more water here. Definitely a lot of complications here. And want to talk about the fact that the White House obviously has been briefed on all of this. We heard from them even last night that they were monitoring this situation, and President Joe Biden has ordered flags at half-staff nationwide. We know here in Maine, statewide, flags will be lowered for the next 5 days. We also heard from Vice President Kamala Harris a little earlier today.
Last night, Lewiston became yet another community torn apart by senseless gun violence. Once again, routine gatherings, this time at a bowling alley and a restaurant, have been turned into scenes of horrific carnage. Doug and I mourn for those who were killed. We pray for those who were injured and grieve with so many whose lives are forever changed and impacted by what happened. The Biden-Harris administration will continue to provide full support to local authorities. And as we gather details, we must continue to speak truth about the moment we are in. In our country today, the leading cause of death of American children is gun violence. Gun violence has terrorized and traumatized so many of our communities in this country. And let us be clear, it does not have to be this way.
Vice President Kamala Harris there speaking about the shooting right here in Lewiston. Governor Janet Mills was also commenting that last night President Joe Biden stepped out of his state dinner with the head of Australia, who is visiting, to call her and address what's going on there as well. About 4.5 hours ago, there was another briefing in Lewiston City Hall where we saw a number of our members of our delegation there, including Congressman Jared Golden. In Lewiston, grew up in the area, very familiar with this area as well. First time we specifically saw him speak, he had issued a statement obviously last night, but got back into town for this event. And had some comments about what unfolded that jumped off the page, I think, for a lot of folks.
Right.
So we want to take a listen to those.
Because of a false confidence that our community was above this, and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress.
And Congressman, asking for forgiveness for not doing enough is what we heard from him. And then, of course, Senator Susan Collins was also at that podium. And after Congressman Golden had said what he said, a lot of reporters, we have a lot of reporters from national networks, a lot of reporters kind of peppered Senator Collins with some follow-up questions there of why aren't you voting for some of this legislation?
The press event took a very political turn very quickly, as opposed to specifically addressing kind of the immediacy of what's going on right now, which I think perhaps the local media was looking for. And I think the national and international media was definitely pushing on the gun legislation questions. Senator Collins found herself talking a lot about the high-capacity magazines, the red and yellow flag laws, the bump stocks, but a lot of pressure on what comes next in Washington for this. But Congressman Jared Golden obviously saying right there he will work with anybody.
Which I think in all of these situations, again, it's hard to lump us in with sort of this group of mass shootings, but I think every time we have one of these, people often go back to the politicians and say, what now?
Right, what's next?
Right.
Because we do. We naturally turn to them for guidance in any topic of whenever we have a crisis. If it's a massive storm that caused a electrical grid crisis, we turn to them and say, what are we going to do? So I think that's the normal reaction. But just a response from Congressman Golden that jumped out to a lot of us.
Certainly, an interesting comment from him, and good to see him too after all this time to be back in Lewiston. We want to switch gears a little bit and move back to Central Maine Medical Center, where we know 14 critically injured people were brought last night. That's what we were hearing from medical staff there, and we have a reporter, Brooke Griffin, who has a little bit more from CMMC for us.
Here at Central Maine Medical Center, the entrances and exits have been heavily guarded the entire day. These officers standing out front wearing protective gear with long guns, speaking to everybody that comes up to that entrance before letting them through. It's been about 24 hours since police say 40-year-old Robert Card walked into a bowling alley and a restaurant and opened fire, killing 18 people and injuring 13. Here at Central Maine Medical Center, they began receiving an influx of trauma patients quickly. A spokesperson telling us they got 15 patients within that first hour. Of those, 1 was transferred to another hospital, 2 were sent home, 8 were admitted, and 3, unfortunately, passed away. The hospital did go into a lockdown at the time of that shooting, which is procedure when during any nearby shooting scene. The hospital is still under a lockdown as long as the shelter-in-place order is implemented, but they are still taking walk-in and emergency patients as long as they go through security first. Leaders here saying they've never seen anything like this before, but their staff was ready.
We have an incredible team, and they train for this. We perform drills around the clock, or not around the year. We had multiple specialties engaged and involved, our orthopedic surgeons, our urologists, our vascular surgeons, of course our trauma surgeons and our emergency department physicians. We had brought in about 50 additional individuals, caregivers, doctors, providers, nurses, respiratory therapists to help out with this. And they were able to very expertly and compassionately take care of those patients.
Of those 8 patients that were admitted here to this hospital, they tell us that 5 of them are currently listed in stable condition, while 3 of them are currently listed at critical. Of course, this is something that we'll be following, and all new information we'll get out to you as soon as we can. In Lewiston, Brooke Griffin, CENTER Maine.
We appreciate our colleagues helping us out with this tonight, coming from all over the nation to help us cover this massive manhunt.
We've talked about how that's what's happened with law enforcement, and we heard that's what happened with our medical professionals,
Yep.
that people just showed up to help, and a little, kind of behind the curtain of our world, that's what happens in our world. When there is a massive crisis in a community, we team up and help each other out and send crews, because there's a lot to cover and a lot of time that's needed to make it all happen.
Want to go back to an interview. Our digital producer, Griffin Stockford, actually had a conversation with a man named Chad Hopkins, who works at Apple Valley Golf Course. I believe he's the owner of Apple Valley Golf Course, and he was at Spare Time Recreation last night when this all happened, and he spoke a little bit about how difficult it can be to kind of keep reliving this as this manhunt continues. Let's hear a little bit of that.
I've tried to not watch the news over the last handful of hours, because I think if I wasn't involved, I would be much more interested in watching the news about this. But where we kind of lived it and felt like we escaped it, every second of the news that I watch right now, and I'm hanging on to every single word they say. So God forbid they call just-in-time bowling alley spare time. If they mention a name and they say it incorrectly, or if their numbers are off or whatever from what I witnessed really happened, then I get a little defensive. Not to mention the trigger. Every second of it is just triggering me. It's like that PTSD situation here. And all I'm trying to do is reach out to as many as possible in my very large, growing family, Apple Valley family, bowling alley family community, that are all reaching out and giving their condolences. And, they all have a million questions. And I'm trying to give each person, enough information so that they're at least, maybe it'll help them with bring their blood pressure down a little bit and breathe a little bit easier or whatever. And it's hard to do. It's really hard to do.
And we certainly appreciate that perspective there. Obviously, none of us can imagine what any of them went through in those scenes. And on that note, we spoke with at least 3 different behavioral health specialists throughout last night and today on air here, and many of them saying, please do step away from the news. You don't have to stick with us. We certainly understand you need a break. A lot of people need a break, and a lot of this is, putting the oxygen mask on yourself before you can help others. You've got to keep yourself in check. You have to be able to step back and reevaluate what's going on. And we do have a number that we have had all day long, all night long here. You can text or you can call 988. That is the Suicide and Crisis Helpline. And that's not just for people who are in immediate crisis right now. That's for anyone who wants to talk to a behavioral health specialist or just wants to talk about what's going on, maybe just unload a little bit.
Well, and that, to that point, this is unprecedented for Maine. This is new for all of us. Unless you had the unfortunate opportunity to live somewhere else through a mass shooting, and then move to Maine. We haven't gone through this. So these mental health experts we've been talking with for the last 24 hours have been saying just that, of talk through this, process it. There are resources available for you, and again, that number on your screen is the other option. You can text support to 207-828-6622, and those resources will be sent right to your phone. But we have resources in our state who are trained to help in situations like this. And you know what? You're not alone if you call, because they say they've been busy. They have had a lot of calls coming in the last day.
And they expect to continue to have those calls as we learn more information, as we continue to watch as this manhunt for Robert Card continues. And again, just taking care of yourselves, taking care of your loved ones, check in with your neighbors. One of the pieces of advice we got from Greg Marley with NAMI Maine, National Alliance on Mental Illness there, he mentioned bake cookies. Maybe your teenager wants to help. Bake cookies.
That's
bring
a way
them
you can help.
to your first responders, or bring them to your neighbors who maybe aren't able to get to the grocery store right now.
Yes, and I think having each other's back goes a long way, and that's the other message we're hearing from a lot of folks, including the mayor of Lewiston just this morning, saying look out for each other, and that's how we're going to get through this. A lot of people are looking out for us right now. Just take a look at your screen for a moment. A lot of organizations and groups, athletic teams, things you are very familiar with on your screen right now, just sharing a little love for us in Maine right now, and specifically in Lewiston. And this is just a small taste of what's out there. We know that you've been scrolling on your phone all day too, and likely seeing these as well, but you see a lot of those little hearts right where Lewiston is on the map, and that speaks volumes.
Seen a lot of that hashtag Lewiston Strong. I know a lot of friends and family members have been sharing that, kind of to keep the conversation going on social media if people want to search that hashtag. And the Boston Bruins, major team. They talked about, in response to these events here in Lewiston, the Boston Bruins Foundation has even created a fund to benefit families of those affected, and they are pledging $100,000 into that fund, and they're hoping more and more people donate to that fund. And I know they were auctioning off player-signed sticks, so certainly a lot of different aspects moving into this, and a lot of, as you said, a lot of different organizations really paying attention.
Well, and to your comment a moment ago, what Greg from NAMI was telling us about maybe bake cookies to help out, doing whatever it is that you can to help is great. So if it's organizations pledging $100,000, that's wonderful. If it's you baking cookies with your kids and bringing it to the police station, that's great. And that can go such a long way in helping through this.
Certainly a situation no one in Lewiston expected to be in. No one wanted to be in. It's not a statistic we wanted to become a part of. But as you mentioned, we've heard from both the mayors of Lewiston and the mayor of Auburn, and both on the same team right now about
absolutely
how to move forward and how this has to happen together.
Right. We've talked about that we grew up here. We grew up around Lewiston. We're very familiar with it. We've done the stories on the hopeful sign. But that's all I've had in my mind is when you drive over the bridge from Auburn into Lewiston, there is the hopeful sign on the mill on the right. And it's just so prominent in my mind right now, that image of like, okay, we have to look for the hope. We have to look through kind of just the shock and the pain of this. And again, we've been talking about resources that are available. The NAMI Maine hotline is on your screen right now. It's an 800 number, 464-5767. So again, just a number of resources available for you. And of course, those are all on the News of Maine website and our app for you to access anytime as well.
I want to make sure that we are not losing sight of the fact that 18 people killed, 13 injured, and we do at this point have confirmed some of who these victims were, and major members of their communities. So if we have that full screen, we can kind of go through that list again, starting with Tricia Aslin. She last night was bowling at Spare Time. We just heard from her friend there about kind of the incident that followed all of this, and Chad Hopkins, who we just heard from, mentioned she was a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend. He knew her from golfing and bowling, and just you can tell a lot from that smile. And then Peyton Brewer Ross. We know Don Kerrigan mentioned him earlier tonight, worked at Bath Iron Works. Maine AFL-CIO actually put out a statement earlier. Our thoughts and prayers go out to family, friends, and co-workers of Machinists Local S6 member Peyton Brewer Ross. He was a new father, they say, loved by his community, something we are hearing a lot of. Ron Morin, another person that we know was killed last night. He was a softball umpire in the community. We're told he touched a lot of lives. A lot of people were drawn to him. We heard from a coworker and friend who said whenever we would reconnect, Ron always had a smile on his face and a huge hug to offer. Such a great person.
Hearing a lot of that. Great person,
right.
Great human, and obviously these were people who were out with friends and people they loved. Enjoying camaraderie. Arthur Strout, also one of the victims that we've learned about, his wife Christy confirming that he died last night in these shootings. Bob Violette was a bowling league organizer. We know obviously there was a league going on there at Spare Time Recreation last night. It was a bowling alley. It was a Wednesday night. It was very busy. Bob leaves behind 5 children, we've learned. His cousin saying Arthur was a strong-willed person. He loved his kids, he loved his family, and made sure he always put us, his family, first. There was never a doubt that he wouldn't take care of us, was the big meshes. Joshua Seal, upper right corner of your screen right there. His wife Elizabeth posting a message on Facebook today about him, using words like, "It still feels surreal," which quite frankly, Elizabeth, you have a whole community behind you in that feeling, and we can't imagine what you're going through. For those who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups, is part of what she wrote. Not only was he an amazing father, he was a wonderful husband, my best friend, my soulmate. He was a wonderful boss, an incredible interpreter, a great friend, a loving son, brother, uncle, and grandson. These are our neighbors who lost their lives last night.
Yeah, Joseph Walker, we know, we spoke with his father, Leroy Walker. He's an Auburn City Councilor. Jack spoke with his father last night, and he was outside of the hospital waiting to hear what had happened to his son. He found out his son was not at the hospital, and so he just had that feeling that he was among those lost. And,
Joseph
and
was a manager at the second location at Semenges, and his father Leroy was saying. He was telling Lester Holt today, he loved that bar, he loved the people who went there, and he would die for it. And he said, and that's what happened. So we have part of that conversation with Leroy.
Walker was shot to death at Semenges. Shot to death, but then he went into telling her that he died as a hero because he picked up a butcher knife from somewhere, he has all that stuff near the bar anyways. And he tried to go at the gunman to stop him from shooting anybody else. The gunman shot him twice through the stomach.
Does it change your pain at all?
Oh.
Knowing that?
It made it worse. Yeah, it made it worse.
Just really, really difficult sound to listen to.
Well, you see the grief right on his face.
Right. And we've seen it a lot on a lot of people's faces at the reunification place last night, the reunification center at Auburn Middle School. A lot of families getting great news, a lot of families getting horrific news. And also on that list of victims, we know Brian McFarland was among those killed. We have not been able to add him to the full screen just yet, but we know he was among those killed, and certainly his family mourning his loss as well.
If that feels overwhelming, which it does for us to talk about these neighbors who have lost their lives, there are 10 more to be identified. And we don't have a timeline for when that will happen, but we will be doing the same thing we are as we learn about who they are and the life they lived, and we will always do our best to honor what they leave behind in a tragedy like this.
And we know Robert Card facing charges right now, 8 counts of murder, because there are just 8 victims who have been identified. They're still working to identify the other 10, and hopefully they have made some progress on that throughout the day. We just haven't heard an update from officials on that.
I would imagine they are waiting until they can do another grouping of identifications and confirmation there. And police were saying they expect more charges for Robert Card as the identifications are positively made. So right now that is at 8 counts of murder.
We certainly thank you for continuing to join us for this continuing coverage of this massive manhunt for 40-year-old Robert Card. Might be worth bringing up his photo again for anyone who hasn't seen it in a while. Just, 350 plus law enforcement agencies looking for this man that they consider armed and dangerous. The search continues on land. It continues in water. We heard from the U.S. Coast Guard earlier today that Robert Card owns a 15-foot boat, and that is unaccounted for. So they're kind of exploring all avenues at this point. We saw them earlier at a home in Bowdoin, owned by, they believe, either Robert Card or someone in his family.
And as Don Kerrigan was telling us live, the manhunt is expected to continue tonight and into tomorrow. So that is what we will keep bringing you the latest on. That's why we're here, is to give you the information as we get it.
Our Chris Costa and Zach Blanchard are about to rejoin the desk here, but before we get back to them, Chris Costa has certainly been busy all day today as well, talking with people, and we want to bring you one of those interviews now.
Concerned about my.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just Are you? So do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure, but also concerned. I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
That was Michael Roque there speaking to Chris Costa. That was actually last night, so some of that information is dated, but the message remains the same all this time later. That manhunt continues tonight for Robert Card. He's 40 years old of Bowdoin. Earlier this evening, there was a very active scene in Bowdoin with police from all over New England, more than 350 officers in the state right now. They surrounded a home in Bowdoin.
Yeah, and it was, I don't want to say false hope, but I know everybody was excited, right? It was, you were glued to the television hoping that the home that the police had such a strong presence at, and so many, journalists were at, hoping this was going to be the house that he was going to be in, and that they would be able to find him, there'd be an end to this. This is still now, so many hours later, open-ended, still so many people on edge because he's still out there, because we don't know where he is, because we still have such an important unanswered question, still doesn't have an answer to it. So obviously the hope was that he was going to be in that house. Alex Haskell has been there all night long, and we're hoping for something with a resolution to it, and we don't have it at least yet. So Alex, how did things go there?
Hi, Lee. So it was about 2 hours ago when law enforcement came over from the house over to where we are and basically told us that the scene was over. There was nothing left. But leading up to that, we know that it was anything but that. It was a very active scene here, and I just want to kind of explain, the situation that we saw and the moments that, led up to the eventual scene being cleared. So we are along Meadow Road right now in Bowdoin, and it's rural Maine. There are fields on either side of this road, and it's a narrow road, and there are dozens of other reporters and photographers here, and so they were parked on both sides of this road, making this road so much smaller, and we are all gathered here in a driveway of a neighbor. So we were all here kind of observing this road being blocked off because we were originally here as a search warrant was being executed at a home somewhat related to Robert Card. And then as the night went on, law enforcement came over to us, members of the media, and told us to actually turn our lights off, lights that we're using right now, because it is a dangerous situation. So we all turned our lights off, and we're watching this house, which is behind me across the street here. It's hard to see just because it's dark now, but it's down the road a little ways, but we would be able to see it right where we are if it was light out. So we saw armored vehicles, 2 of them. One was at least from the New Hampshire State Police, drive up to this home, and they approached this home by foot. There were dozens of armored law enforcement officers. They had a canine team. There was a helicopter circling this home. They were shining spotlights on this home in the windows. And then eventually we heard police speaking from a bullhorn. I'm going to read you some of the things that they said. They said, "Robert Card, we know that you're in there. Come out with your hands up with nothing in them. We won't hurt you." And they were instructing Robert Card, who they thought was in this home, to come out, stand in the driveway. But from what we could see, Robert Card never came out. There is a little bit of a hill blocking part of this home, so it was hard for us to really see everything that was happening. As I mentioned, canine teamed, armed officers, helicopter. There was a lot happening here in this one spot. And eventually, law enforcement came back up this road, cleared out, and it was, from what we know, unsuccessful. But it was a really intense moment here where we thought this manhunt might be over. There was a lot of hope here, but we realized that this is just something that is continuing here as the search continues. But the scene here is quiet. It's dark, as you can see behind me. And that is it right now. Lee and Zach, I'll toss things back to you.
Yeah, Alex, you've been on the scene. We should note that video we were showing is from earlier. As you can see behind Alex, it is cleared out, but you can hear in the background there just the sheer number of reporters. And Alex, I want you to stay with us. I know you were speaking to some residents in the area earlier, some neighbors. You walked us through the situation that happened at the home there, but this is an area where, of course, it's a small town in Maine that the Card family is known, and you spoke to some neighbors there that spoke about the family, right?
Exactly. So this road a little while ago was obviously blocked off because of what was happening at the home. So folks who live past this roadblock, they couldn't get to their homes. So they were kind of parked behind us here along the road waiting to get by. And I chatted with an older gentleman who was with his dog. They normally go out on drives in the evenings. And he was just hanging out waiting to be allowed through to go back home. And he was telling me that he knows the Card family and that he's just shocked by this because they are extremely nice people. He could never have imagined, as so many of us, not even knowing this family, this could ever happen. So he was in shock, and nothing like this ever happens here. So he was just really trying to process that as he was sitting here. And he wasn't the only one. He was the only one that we chatted with, but we saw other folks just kind of sitting and waiting to be allowed through for law enforcement to clear out.
Understandably so, and we do want to note that we did hear from Maine Department of Public Safety spokesperson Shannon Moss that the search has gone back to focusing on that Lisbon area where Card's car was found at a boat ramp there, but really no other information at this point. They went to that house, they identified him on the loudspeaker, they said, "Come out, we know you're in there," those kinds of lines, but Shannon Moss said that that's standard procedure, regardless of whether or not they know he's actually in there, and they admitted that they knew he might not be in there.
And that's, and that is protocol, and that is, there's such a thirst for information, right? We all want to know, where is he, when are they going to find him? And so I've covered standoffs before, assuming you have as well. I've seen that times where they'll announce you're there for 4 hours, they're like, we know you're in there, then they go in and the person's not there. So, but while they're searching, and then they're certainly following their beliefs that someone is there, that's how it all works. And we got our hopes up, if you will, that there'd be an end to this, and there wasn't. So we will see where we go to
and that
next.
protocol is important because they train for something like this. Mental health is a big factor in this case. NBC News has been reporting, we've been reporting that Katie Card, the sister-in-law of Robert Card, said that he was experiencing some kind of acute mental illness episode just before the shooting, that they were trying to address it, trying to get help, and obviously that wasn't the case. So he's armed, he's dangerous. They're not just going to go into that home right away. They have to follow that protocol.
You heard all those voices behind Alex Haskell just now out in Bowdoin as we hit the top of the 11 o'clock hour. So the 11 o'clock news happening for stations all across the country, at least on the East Coast time zone, and that includes national media. There's media here from everywhere. This story. Our state has the eyes of the nation, which is still weird to say out loud, but it's true, and there's a lot of interest here.
That there is. News Center Maine's Jack Mohamed is standing by. He has been at the original scene there in Lewiston for throughout the day. And Jack, you've seen the national media, and you even spoke to NBC's Lester Holt, who anchored nightly news from Lewiston earlier this evening.
That's right, Leah and Zach. Well, unfortunately, as we've been talking about, Maine has taken the national spotlight for the wrong reasons. A gunman taking the lives of 18 people here in Lewiston in 2 locations, one in a bowling alley and one at Schmenge's bar right behind me here, where we've been standing with for the better part of the day. And as you said, national media has flooded through here, and as our News Center Maine crews have been here at different locations, we've seen various media outlets here from pretty much all over the world. But if you got a chance to catch the NBC Nightly News this evening, you saw that Lester Holt and I interviewed a very common source. It was that Auburn City Councilor, Leroy Walker, about how he's coming to terms with losing his son. I talked with NBC's Lester Holt about that experience and also the responsibility that we have as journalists when it comes to reporting on mass shootings like this in our country.
You're keeping a sharp eye on
in the midst of heartbreak, anger, confusion. 18 dead, 13 injured. A gunman still on the loose. NBC Nightly News anchor Lester Holt says coming to the scene where Maine's most devastating shooting was a decision that needed to be made.
There were a lot of compelling things about this story that made it an instant national story.
Joining us for a sit-down conversation, Lester Holt tells us the rise in mass shootings in America is a feeling that is always shocking.
They're among the hardest for me personally to report.
Some of the worst things of humanity that we encounter here, it makes you sick to your stomach. What do you tell yourself as a journalist when approaching these situations?
That it's all about people. Imperative that we bring compassion to our reporting. that we provide a listening ear.
And that compassion comes into play for us journalists when speaking with Auburn City Councilor Leroy Walker.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way.
Our news crews first spoke to Leroy at the midnight hour the day of the tragedy. And at that time, he had not heard from his son since the time of the shooting. His son, a manager at Shemengi's Bar in Lewiston, the location where 8 people were shot and killed.
When I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead, I know it as well as I know I'm standing here telling you, because he's not here.
Joey Walker, his son, killed in the shooting.
No, he's devastated. He's 14 hours he was trying to find out if his son was dead or alive. These are important stories to tell because you look at them and you think that could be us, that could be me.
Lester Holt says after decades of covering tragedies,
it's not a measure of a city or of a region. It's just something that happened in that particular place, not because of that place. At least that's my experience.
You can only focus on silver linings in one devastating black hole in Maine's history. And oftentimes, since we've been reporting this for the better part of at least 30 or more hours now at this point, Lee and Zach, something that we've been telling ourselves in the newsroom, at least I've been trying to preach this a little bit, is that at the root of our job here in journalism at such horrible and tragic times in our community like this, we have to remember that our job is public service. And part of that public service is being able to constantly tell our audience something that makes them smarter, something that makes them feel safer. You watching at home should feel safer watching us, knowing that we're bringing you that information. Part of the reason why we've been going on air so much is because we do have a gunman still on the loose, that suspected gunman that police are looking for, Robert Card, still at large, still trying to track him down, and that's why we've been going through with these updates constantly as we stand here.
Yeah, Jack, it broke my heart when you spoke with that gentleman last night, and then to follow up today and hear how that story ended. I mean, that's as real as it gets, right? I mean, this is poor man is heartbroken.
Yeah, and we continue to hear those stories over and over again of all the families who, right when this happened, went to Central Maine Medical Center. You saw them outside the doors there, eventually going to Auburn to the reunification center. Some people walking away with good news that their loved ones survived, others hearing the news they feared the most. And our thoughts are certainly with them. I believe we have Matthew Torres, who is helping us from our sister station. He's live outside of Spare Time now. Matthew, I believe you also have some new names to tell us, some new victims that we are learning about tonight.
Yeah, we are able to confirm through one family member that 2 victims here at the bowling alley who died here last night were Bill Young, 43 years old, and his son, Aaron Young, who just turned 14 years old. Now this, we were able to confirm through Bill's brother, a Maryland man who flew in this morning to be with family. At first, they couldn't get a hold of the family whatsoever, and they were able to finally get that information confirmed when he tells me that state troopers went to their home and finally delivered that tragic news. He was telling me that his nephew Aaron was a member of that youth bowling league here, and eventually gunshots, of course, erupted. And even though he doesn't know the full details of what happened inside that bowling alley, he is confident, knowing who his brother was, Bill, that he probably did everything he could to protect his son, who again just turned 14 years old. Again, we are confirming this information, and I know we have been careful throughout the evening as far as the names that we are able to put out there. But not only was Rob Young did confirm this information to us, but the widow of Bill, as well as Bill's father, aware that he did that interview with us. And he was able to share photos of both Bill and Aaron. Hopefully we can get that up to you guys fairly soon. But again, 2 more victims that we know of here at the bowling alley last night. We're currently, the scene, as you can tell, is still blocked off. Police have been here throughout really more than 24 hours now. And if anything, though, it's really been a distressing scene for a lot of the residents here. Their number one question here is, when is the suspect going to get caught? They want to feel that relief, finally breathe a sigh of relief, whatever that looks like, because they know moving forward, their lives, the community, it's never going to be the same. They just want to feel safe being back at home. And the fact that it's been so quiet here made one neighbor I spoke to quite emotional. How would you describe what the neighborhood is like now?
I've never seen this place this way. It's quiet. I knew people who were there, but they are safe now. And the police try to support as much as they can. We hope everybody else is safe and they can find him.
Safe. I think that's what people are wanting to feel tonight. Interestingly, the neighbors who live on the street next to us, they say they didn't hear any gunshots whatsoever. They did see people scrambling, running away from the scene. In fact, one other neighbor took us to his backyard. We were able to see a different angle of this bowling alley, and it was somewhat of a quiet scene too. Again, the investigation continues and likely all taking place inside that bowling alley. But again, tonight we were able to confirm 2 more names, Bill Young and his son Aaron Young, who just turned 14 years old, according to his family, among the victims who died here at the bowling alley. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Matthew Torres from our sister station, thank you so much, and we appreciate you helping us out here. And Zach, as you mentioned, we have kind of reached out to our family in the Tegna company to get some extra bodies on hand. This is obviously consuming our newsroom and our state, and we want to be able to provide this constant 24-hour, no commercial coverage for you guys, and we need more people to do that. And so we appreciate Matthew being here. You know, this is Zach. Quite literally, you know, the whole thing is a nightmare. But as soon as, you know, we heard that there was a youth bowling league there, been waiting to hear, you know, praying, please no kids. And so for Matthew to tell us that, you know, there's, I believe, our first child that we've learned about, Aaron Young, 14 years old, who went bowling with his dad, right? Bill Young, who's 43.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is Aaron right here. I know this is a little bit haphazard, but we want to make sure we share his photo with you as quickly as possible. A 14-year-old who was at that bowling alley with his dad, a night after work for his dad of hanging out with the kids, just enjoying time together, and this horrific tragedy. So.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do I take my own kids bowling, you know, on a random Wednesday just to spend some time together? And this is just, you know, that one hits. They all hit close to home. They're all awful, and yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of this impact on families, on kids, on parents that are continuing to watch this coverage unfold, a number of schools continue to announce that they are not having classes, of course, in the Lewiston, Auburn area, but we are also just getting word tonight from Portland Public Schools that they are working to continue to monitor the Lewiston events. I'm just reading this from Twitter right now. If police give all clear by Friday morning, we will reopen, but if needed, they are prepared rather to close school again on Friday. So they will update by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and South Portland sent a similar message out earlier tonight. All those schools did not have school today, and then tomorrow we'll see what happens. Full disclosure, my kids aren't going to school tomorrow, whether they're school or not. So, you know, until Robert Card is found, they're uneasy. This is stuff they wanted to talk about it when we got home today. And, you know, we talked to Greg Marley from NAMI intensively over the last 24 hours. I feel like he lived here for us and was such a huge resource. And spent a lot of time about how to talk to your kids. They're not going to be able to avoid this. We're not able to avoid this, so they know what's going on. And so we talked about it. And, you know, they want to be home right now, you know, with us, and where they feel safe, and we can just talk about other things and not constantly talk about this. And that's not something that I was certainly going to argue with. So my kids are staying home whether there's school or not. So.
And in the meantime, please take care of yourselves. There is help out there. There are resources. We have a page up on our website. We're trying to compile those resources for you, even if it's like, how do I talk to my kids about this kind of thing? The state has put together resources. We've reached out to Sweetser. We had them here throughout the day, as well as NAMI Maine, really helping us make sense of this for you when it comes to just your mental well-being and your children. As you can see right here, text support. For that article, you can just text the word support to 207-828-6622.
And it's important to do, in general, it's important to do. It's extra important to do here because this isn't something that we can say, oh, well, the last time this happened, here's how we dealt with it, right? This has never happened in our state at this magnitude. We don't know how to deal with something like this. We do need to realize and self-realize that we need a little help to do this. And the schools are amazing across the board, offering support. If and when they open back up again, the people are there for them. They're equipped for this. They've trained for things like this, hoping to never have to put it into play. So use those resources. Text that number if you don't know where to go, because there is help out there and everybody needs it, regardless of what you think you can handle. Do it, and it'll be better for you, which makes you then better for the people that you care about.
Absolutely. And speaking of just everyone who's kind of weighing in on their own experiences here, people who are offering support to others, many lawmakers I talked to today say they are hearing from other people in other parts of the country who have unfortunately lived through this before, their colleagues kind of saying, hey, this is how I handled it where I'm from. Obviously something we don't want to have to acknowledge is real, but someone else who has a very close connection to this is Chancellor Daniel Malloy of the Humane System. He, of course, was governor of Connecticut during the Newtown shootings. Chloe Thibault spoke to him earlier today. Take a listen.
Real damage would be we become hardened to these kinds of occasions, that we get used to it, that we accept it, that we don't react or mourn when this happens in someone else's state. We need to maintain our humanity and our care for one another. And what would be frightful for me is if that hardening of our societal outlook was to take place, what additional damage we would do to our society.
Yeah, so obviously he has a firsthand experience with that in what at the time was a truly horrific event, and one of those that we thought would wake the country up, and it just has continued to happen since, and it happened here in Maine.
Yep, and leaders, everywhere with weighing in on this and showing up in person. Senator Angus King jumped on the first plane yesterday to get here. Senator Collins obviously was here. We heard from her earlier tonight. We heard from Jared Golden. We heard from the Governor Mills obviously this morning at the press conference, and Congresswoman Shelley Pingree also weighing in, and we want to hear what she had to say.
I mean, I think most of us just can't keep it in our minds that this could happen here, because we think of ourselves as a state where people are rarely killed, and certainly we've never had an incident like this before. I started hearing from all of my colleagues last night who were watching the national news, and so many of them were saying, hey, this is what happened when we had a shooter in my district, this is how we dealt with this or that. And it's one of those moments where you're saying, like, gosh, this really does happen everywhere, and no state is immune, and now we have to deal with the consequences of that.
So I actually talked to Congresswoman Pingree at her Portland office earlier today, and she was telling me, like has been the case, all of Maine's congressional delegation has been in touch with the Biden administration about what is unfolding here in Maine, and Congresswoman Pingree even shared that she was in touch with U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland, who told her that FBI resources have been brought into the state, including the same team that was used to capture the Tsarnaev brothers after the Boston bombing. So all resources being brought to bear in Maine as this manhunt continues for Robert Card.
Yeah, and we talked yesterday, and I feel like we've talked about so many things. Obviously, President Biden personally called Senator King to pledge his support and extend his condolences, and Senator Collins said she heard from the president a couple of times as well. There's no shortage of resources right now looking for Robert Card. What we have is a shortage of answers because we still don't know where he is. It is the question everybody wants answered. It is the number one thing that my phone keeps getting texted. Have you heard anything? Do you know anything? Have we heard it? Is there close to an end or an idea of where he's going to be? It's what everybody wants to know, because it's an uneasy feeling. You have somebody who's obviously very sick, who's very dangerous, who's out there, and we don't know where that is. And since we don't know, it literally could be anywhere, because we just don't know. We don't know that it's not anywhere. So that's just a really, I left here yesterday, whatever time it was, hoping that when I came back, at least that question would be answered, and it's still an uneasy feeling to not have that answered.
Yeah, and I don't know if we still have that video from the scene earlier tonight. You can just see the sheer number of officers still in the state. Earlier, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschak was saying that more than 350 law enforcement officers are in the state handling this manhunt tonight. Truly incredible, for lack of a better word. And it's important because of the dynamics at play. You mentioned someone who is sick, experiencing severe mental health. I mentioned earlier that family of Robert Card, Katie Card, who was married to his brother, so his sister-in-law, telling NBC News, quote, he was picking up voices that he had never heard. Quote, his mind was twisting them around. He was humiliated by the things that he thought were being said. It turned into a manic belief. Quote, he was just very set in his belief that everyone was against him all of a sudden. We reached out to make sure everyone was on the same page because he's someone who does gun training. We're concerned about his mental state, that's all. So a firearms instructor, a longtime member of the Army Reserve, mental illness on top makes it an incredibly complicated and complex situation for law enforcement this evening.
Oh, and you know what, Zach, the hard thing, right, is we want this over, right? This is on our timeline, we want this to be over, right? And it's hard to trust the process. And it's not that we don't trust the people. We certainly have full faith in the people that are searching. You remember when Corporal Cole from Norwich Walk was killed a few years back? It took a few days, you know, for a manhunt before they finally found the person ultimately responsible. So you have to trust the process. It's just a hard thing to admit to because you just want it to be over. William Ross from the Maine State Police spoke earlier at the news conference this morning to kind of go over the timeline of how all of this came together just before 7 o'clock last night when it started all of this in Lewiston. So let's hear what Corporal Ross had to say.
Last night, October 25th at approximately 6:56 p.m., the Auburn Communications Center received a 911 call of a male shooting in just-in-time, or the spare time, recreation center in the town of Lewiston, located at 24 Mollison Way in Lewiston. Shortly after that, at about 7:08 p.m., the Communications Center received multiple 911 calls about an active shooter inside of a Schmenge's Billiards at 553 Lincoln Street in the town of Lewiston. A large law enforcement response from multiple surrounding agencies assisted the Lewiston Police Department in trying to identify who this individual was and what was happening. As you can imagine, this was a very fast-paced, fast-moving, very fluid scene, very dangerous scene that these guys and girls were going into.
A fast scene, a dangerous scene. They understand the stakes here. They understand the situation that they're dealing with this armed and dangerous person. You have all these communities in that shelter-in-place kind of situation tonight. So if you don't have to go out, stay in until police find this person. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we are continuing to learn more and more about the victims. We do have some photos to share with you that we are trying to keep you updated on, just so that we can remember their names, remember their faces, and their families telling us, their friends telling us that they don't want them remembered for this tragedy. They want them to be remembered for the lives that they lived. So I don't know if we have that graphic for you. But Vivian Lee did speak to someone who survived that shooting and can talk about one of the victims.
I'm going to miss them. Brandon Mullen is mourning several of his friends killed in the shooting rampage at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley Wednesday night. The Lewiston man was getting ready to play a game when he heard a loud bang, then another one.
I had my bowling ball in my hand and I heard a gunshot and I dropped my bowling ball on the other bowling balls and I ran.
He and other bowlers headed to the closest door, away from the gunfire, which was erupting near the entrance.
They opened the door and we pushed each other and to get out of there.
Brandon ran to a nearby restaurant where others hid in the back of the building. He managed to get home safely, only to find out that several of his friends had lost their lives, including Tricia Aslin, who worked at the bowling alley. Brandon says she was near the entrance when the alleged gunman, Robert Card, burst through the door. The longtime bowler says while he has continued to receive calls and messages of support since the tragedy, he won't be at peace until Card is arrested.
I just wish that they do something big time to try to find that person who did this.
And there is justice for his friends he loves so much. Vivian Lee, News Center, Maine.
Wow. Every story.
Yeah, and you know, yesterday we talked about what the potential ripple effect was going to be once we started to hear these names, and then we found out how we all are somehow connected to these people because we're such a small state.
The big small town situation.
Yeah, so now we see the names and we hear the stories and we hear about them, and it just, you know, it's necessary for healing, and yet it enhances the pain, if that makes sense. Like it's
totally
painful
sense.
but healing at the same time. So
yeah. So as as the control room works to pull up those names, I just want to kind of throw out some of these names here. Peyton Brewer Ross worked at Bath Iron Works. We received a statement from General Dynamics BIW tonight saying that they're all heartbroken to share that they've lost a member of the BIW family. They're sending the deepest condolences to the family and friends. Peyton was a valuable part of our team, a member of the pipe shop test crew, and recently assisted in the launch of a ship there. So you can see the images on your screen.
I feel like Ron Moran, as I see his picture, and I saw it earlier tonight, I saw that and I said, geez, this guy looks familiar. I feel like somewhere in my sports career, and he was a softball umpire, such an important part of his life. He just, you know, so many people. I also had friends on social media who were connected directly to Ron as well and spoke so highly of him and everything that he was about, and obviously a great loss for that community.
And we've said over and over again, Tricia Aslin, she went by Trish. We've heard from her friends that she was a mother or a golfer, loved to bowl, which is where she was at spare time. And we're also hearing from friends and family that she apparently was actually trying to call 911 when she was shot and killed, trying to save the ones around her, trying to get help. But she's remembered by her friend and coworker at the Apple Valley Golf Course as a hard worker, a passionate community member, and a beloved friend.
Arthur Strout, lower left-hand side of your corner. If you guys have been with us through our coverage, you'll remember News Center Maine's Ryan Wooten actually spoke with his wife, Christy, and there was some confusion yesterday where Christy was told, apparently, according to Christy, at the hospital first that her husband was going to maybe be okay but was in really bad condition, and then that turned into the fact that he didn't make it, and that she couldn't get clarification either way. Clearly we have it now. Arthur Strout and his wife Christy, very emotional, speaking with our Raya Wooten last night. So
yeah, and Bob Violet there in the bottom center, leaving behind 5 children. His cousin John remembering him as a strong-willed person. He loved his kids, he loved his family. He made sure he always put us first. There was never a doubt that he wouldn't take care of us, and I really don't know what I'm going to do without him.
Josh Seal in the top right, we heard from his wife Elizabeth, who posted on social media about his loss and saying, at least in part, for those of you who knew him, first and foremost, he was the world's best father to our 4 pups. He was always there for them, lending an eye or a hand and going to their sporting or extracurricular activities. Always loved spending time with them, traveling, day trips to the beach, camping for the weekend. Amazing father, wonderful husband, Josh Seal in your top right there.
And as our reporter with our sister station who's here helping us out this week, Matthew Torres, said just a little bit ago, we are working to kind of get our graphics updated, get more pictures to you. But Bill Young, 43, and his son Aaron Young, 14, killed at spare time. So we're learning more about all of these people tonight. And let us not forget, too, the number of people who are still recovering from injuries, still at Central Maine Medical Center. I believe at last check, when we heard from John Alexander, the chief medical officer there, still 8 patients, no change in conditions. We have 5 in what they call stable condition, and 3 in critical.
And 3 hospitals taking part in the triage from last night, with Maine Medical Center seeing patients, obviously Central Maine Medical Center and St. Mary's as well. At Central Maine specifically, though, we had a chance to catch up with them, and here's what they had to say.
This is a pretty significant catastrophe for this team to go through. Certainly there have been other situations where we've had a large number of patients come in a short period of time, but it's just the nature of the heinous act that happened really makes this very different than any other time.
Okay.
Wow. We've talked a lot about the law enforcement response. We've talked a lot about the families of the victims. Important to remember the healthcare professionals who've been working around the clock for well over 24 hours now, just trying to treat all of these victims. They train for this, they prepare for this, but nothing can prepare you for this.
This is the real life equivalent of insurance. It's something that you have to have and you hope you never need, right? So you trained for something like this. You train for mass shootings, for active shootings, and so you're ready if it happens. And then you just don't want the if it happens part to become a reality. And last night, and obviously continuing to today, it has happened, and we're living through it currently as we speak. And people are responding. I think we touched a little bit on this yesterday, where I haven't heard or seen or had any stories sent our way where it hasn't worked the way it's supposed to, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like the law enforcement is, they had a plan and it's being executed the way it was supposed to, and the hospitals had a plan. Everybody had a plan. There didn't seem it wasn't confusion and chaos. It was a very well organized, okay, here's what happened and here's what we're going to do, and everybody had a clear mission and knew what their jobs were, and that part of this response to the tragedy has gone seamlessly, it seems. And there's some solace in that when something like this happens, our people that we count on to guide us and help us, literally, know what to do. And this has been, in that regard, positive that has been taken care of.
Yeah, and you touched on this a little bit before, and we spoke about it in the previous hours with Amanda Hill, Brian Yacono, and Chris Costa, about this idea that we are going to feel uneasy until this man is taken into custody. But also, we're not going to be able to really start that process of grieving until this happens. For all of the families of these victims, it's going to take him being in custody for them to start that difficult process. So we are still in that stage of uncertainty and stress, and I can't imagine what it's like for those families to be going through that. And really, the state as a whole is at a standstill.
Well, and it's not. It is those families, clearly 100%. It's also everybody else. We're all directly affected by this. There are people who maybe didn't know any of the 18 victims and the 13 people that were injured, but yet have tremendous anxiety about leaving their house right now because Robert Card is still out there. We all feel, our brothers and our sisters' pain. And, I don't know Bill Young. I don't know his son Aaron.
But you could have been him.
But I'm a dad, right? So now I feel like, Bill Young. I mean, I can't believe that you went bowling with your son and now you're both gone. So, this is a giant onion with so many layers to it. But the first part of it for all of us is find Robert Card, right? We've got to find Robert Card, and then we can move on to what's after that, which is part of the healing process.
Yeah, earlier I mentioned Trish Aslin, Trisha, who was bowling at Spare Time. Her friend and coworker who was there with her as part of a bowling league for the Apple Valley Golf Course. They were just there after work, taking part in this bowling league. He spoke to our digital producer, Griffin Stockard, and here's some of what he had to say.
We had the Apple Valley Bowling League, and we take up lanes 1 through 10, I think. And unfortunately for our league specifically, we were near the closest exit of the back of the building. I was in a really good position where it was me, a handful of tables and things, and then there was him at the front counter. So when I saw him looking down at his gun, he was facing away from our group. I turned to everybody at the bowling alley on that side, and I said, "Everybody get out that exit door right now." Live shooter, just yelled as loud as I could to get her, and everybody just started running towards that back exit. And part of me is thankful that I was where I was at the time to help and get my mother and my crew out of there to safety. But at the same time, I almost wish that I was up closer to him when he came in, because every time I close my eyes, I visualize myself attacking him. So those people without shoes on or one shoe on and no phones, no keys, no nothing. And we all just kind of found our way across the street into this well-lit parking lot area. And we're basically kind of taking head counts at that point, like who's missing, who's here, who's not here. Pretty stressful times, because without everybody having their phones, you can't really account for everybody, because, there's 10 people over at Marco's, there's a person in the ditch over there, another couple already, ran off, and then they've called someone to come pick them up. So, there's people missing. And Trish was definitely somebody I was looking for, and she didn't make her way out.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that for the people who are still with us, who can talk about what they went through and what they're experiencing now. We thank him for sharing that with us, so we learn more about not just what he went through, but about Trish and the loss there, which is tragic.
Right,
So.
and like I said, so many of us in the room today have talked with those families, with those friends who continue to share the same sentiment that they don't want their loved ones, you hear it over and over again, don't want your loved ones to be remembered for this tragedy. You want them to be remembered for the life they lived. So the fathers, the mothers, the sisters, and everyone just kind of grieving tonight with what's going on.
So we don't know where Robert Card is yet. We have been learning more about him as well, and people who know him, or at least his family. So we want to hear some of that.
You see everything around here is their land. They're farmers. They're really good people. Saw his brother and talked to him while he was hunting, and other than that, he's been in the military the last 20 years as far as I knew. I've been here for 44 years. I know everybody. It's a small community, and the Cards are really good people. They're hardworking, farming people, and this whole thing is absolutely mind-blowing.
So you obviously heard from a neighbor there of the Cards in Bowdoin, right near the area of Meadow Road, where police swarmed that house earlier tonight. We've been talking about it throughout the night, that's an area that is quintessential Maine.
Sure.
If you talk about small town Maine, you see those sprawling fields, the rolling hills, and the farmhouse, and so many communities like that.
I think I heard Sam Rogers mention earlier tonight when he was on the scene, it looks like, for a visual if you want, if you were going to the fair, what the fairgrounds would look like, where you'd park on the grass and walk over to the rides. It's just wide open, sloping, grass space with houses kind of scattered throughout.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have the map to pull up from that scene. So this is Meadow Road, you can see there in the center, and you can see how close it is to Lewiston. We're talking about 15 miles here, I think about a 25-minute drive from that initial scene at Spare Time Bowling Alley to where police swarmed this house tonight. What you can't see on this map is just north of that is Lisbon Falls, where they say they are now focusing or refocusing their search.
Which is where his car was found.
Right, at that boat launch. And earlier we were hearing from the Coast Guard that they were working to track down some kind of 15-foot boat he had, but I don't know that was ever kind of confirmed. It was a situation where they acknowledged that he had this boat, they couldn't account for it, but they couldn't provide any further information there. But obviously the scene that they're focusing in here, or the area they're focusing in rather, is not that far away from where those initial shots rang out just over 24 hours ago.
Just to get you updated on what we're going to be doing for you guys, we're going to take you to the top of the hour. And this is all assuming nothing changes between now and then, meaning that they haven't found Robert Card yet. If they do, obviously we're not going anywhere. But at midnight we will take a little bit of break, and then every 25 minutes or so from there we'll come back on and update you on whatever the latest happens to be up until 4 a.m. So for 4 hours we'll do that, and then at 4 a.m. we'll go right back to wall-to-wall coverage, and we'll bring you all the latest and that we know about everybody.
Yeah, we've heard from a lot of you viewers tonight, and we really appreciate your thoughts being with us. We are here for you to get you the latest information, and a lot of people saying keep staying on TV. We need this information now. So we are going to leave you at midnight, but we will be checking in throughout the evening, and then of course be back in our full capacity first thing in the morning, as you often are throughout the week on the Morning Report, Lee. I want to also share maybe some of the more positive things. I think earlier we were showing the social media posts from around the country that are popping up. You have the Bruins doing their jersey, donating some money to the families. You have all of these entities that come together at times like this. Some of these posts will have that picture of the map of Maine with the heart over Lewiston. So
with the Bruins
people.
specifically, I mean, Jim Montgomery is the head coach. He obviously played at UMaine for 4 years, won a national championship back in 1993. Very strong ties to our state, and so he spoke about the situation in Lewiston before tonight's game. Jeremy Swayman, goalie for the Bruins, played tonight for Boston. He's a former UMaine goalie as well, and he hung a jersey on the back of the glass behind the Bruins bench that said, had the number 207 written on the back of the jersey, and it said Lewiston strong. And I think you just mentioned, Zach, the Bruins, the entire team signed sticks, and they auctioned off those sticks after the game with all the money going to the victims in Lewiston, and the team also itself pledging, just the team getting it started, if you will, with $100,000. It was Brad Marchand of the Bruins signing a stick to one of the things to be donated tonight. So.
Yeah, and there was also a jersey, I'm not sure if you have a picture of it, but the jersey with the 207 number, and then Lewiston where the name would be on the back. So great for them for stepping up at a time like this. But when you see this outpouring from across the country, it's a reminder that it happened. That we say it's not going to happen here, and it happened here. So while of course we appreciate that outpouring of support, it does make it all the more real.
And there have been lots of sports teams that have reached out. We talked last night about the Celtics. Cooper Flagg, who is from Newport, and his mom went to UMaine. Obviously his family's from here. He's the #1 high school basketball prospect in the country. He weighed in thinking about his home state, and really everybody, the Red Sox, the Patriots, all across the board. And this is the stuff that we've always seen happen in other places. This is the support we would always lend to other places. We would be, Uvalde strong, or whatever community needed our support, we were there for them. It is very surreal to be on the other end of that and to be seeing all this and wait a second, they're talking about us. Like, it's just, I can't get used to the fact that this is something that we are now actually currently going through, and that all of these people, as heartwarming as it is, it's still very surreal to think that this is about us now.
That it is. Meantime, that manhunt continues. We haven't heard from police for quite some time since they surrounded that home, and no further information about what happened there or what didn't happen there. It appears that he wasn't inside the home because they all left the scene. This is Robert Card right there on your screen. He is considered armed and dangerous. There is still a shelter-in-place order in effect for much of Androscoggin County, so that's the towns of Lisbon, where that search has now refocused, as well as Bowdoin and the Lewiston Auburn communities as well. A number of schools canceling classes and all of that.
If we can get A48 ready, Luke, I think that's important because, we talk about how many people are out there right now looking for this man, Robert Card, that they've been looking for since last night. And trusting the process and understanding that these people that we put our faith in to keep us safe will in fact do so. And the Commissioner of the Maine State Police Public Safety, Michael Soschek, spoke earlier tonight, not just about what his team is doing, so the Lewiston and the Androscoggin County team, but there's just a giant, massive team right now formed in this search efforts, and we'll hear from Commissioner Soschek.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
So that sound was actually from last night, I believe. But again, he was speaking today about that just sheer presence of police. The sheer number, over 350, I think, was the last update. And you really saw it earlier when Alex Haskell and Sam Rogers were at that home on Meadow Road in Bowdoin. You saw the canines, you saw the tactical gear, you saw not just one, but several of the large tactical trucks. We saw license plates that Sam Rogers, as that kind of procession was making its way out of the area, Sam Rogers was saying that there were state police from Massachusetts, license plates from really all across New England. So that is still true. What he said last night is still true tonight, and I think for them that is probably incredibly frustrating that they haven't gotten there just yet. But we know that they are working hard as we speak to try and track him down. I actually think we have some new sound from Commissioner Soschek now.
Our reality for today is that this suspect is still at large, and we want to provide community support for the victims, for the families, in the communities across the state. But we also have an incredibly strong laser-like focus on bringing this suspect into custody and ultimately to justice.
You see Governor Mills there behind Commissioner Soschek, and this is it has to be frustrating for them because all they want is to find Robert Card. They want all of us to have that a moment of exhale where we can feel safe again, and it's such a moving target. There have been so many locations. First of all, there were two different locations for the actual shootings, albeit 4 miles apart, but still two different crime scenes. They've been, looking in Lewiston, looking in Lisbon, looking in Monmouth for a little bit today, looking in Bowdoin. It kind of keeps moving itself around, and you're moving masses of people to all these places.
Right, and they, of course, are still continuing to keep those areas, those original crime scenes, secured. So there are still police on those scenes, probably processing evidence, probably still dealing with witnesses. So it's not just the manhunt going on. They're still focusing on these two areas where that tragedy initially happened. I'm sure there's a lot of evidence to go through there, a lot that they can't share with us about probably intelligence that they have about Mr. Card, about the surveillance videos that they were sharing with us earlier, the still images from it anyway. I can't imagine having to watch that kind of footage, but that is the work that they need to do to bring this man in and to have justice served.
And you're taking those people and you're splitting them into different, really, departments, if you will, because there's the search, part of it. Then there's the talk to the victims, and then there's the crime scene analysis, and then there's so many different layers to this to put together this entire puzzle to try to lead you to a direction where you ultimately end up with Robert Card in custody. So there's a lot to it. And again, this is what they train for, and these are the people we have our faith in, and we will trust the process that this will come to resolution, and we just hope that it's sooner than later, just like they do.
But again, we haven't had a press conference or anything for hours now. We've received little bits of information from police. I understand they're working, and we'll likely hear more from them tomorrow morning. I imagine it seems like they kind of reset each morning to keep us informed about what's going on and what we need to know as they work to track this man down. Robert Card there on your screen. He is considered armed and dangerous. If you happen to see him, police are still asking you give them a call. You can just call 911 if you have to, especially if you feel unsafe.
Also, Zach, real quick, the one constant that the state police and all police have maintained is if you see Robert Card, they definitely want to hear from you. What they don't want is for you to approach him.
Yes.
They've been very clear from the get-go that this is not somebody that you go try to detain yourself or engage with it in any way. If you see him, you are just to call your closest authority, let them know what you saw, where you saw it, and let them take care of it, because it's that much obviously of a dangerous situation.
Yeah, it's not the time to be the hero. I know Sam Rogers, I think it was in Lisbon last night, overheard someone kind of get in his truck and say, I'm going to go get him. And well, I understand that is a Mainer thing to want to handle the situation. This is a situation we have to leave up to the police. So taking a breath here, I want to go back to where this all started with a timeline of events that got us to where we are today.
It all started around 6:56 Wednesday night when police received reports of a shooting at Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley. Then just minutes later at 7:08 p.m., dispatchers received 911 calls about a shooter at Shemengi's Bar and Grill 4 miles away. Video showed people running from the scenes. Less than an hour later, at 8:06, police released this photo of the shooter from surveillance footage, walking into Spare Time with an assault rifle. Later, sharing this picture of a white Subaru they believe he was driving. At 8:09, nearby Bates College was placed on lockdown. After that, Auburn and Lewiston residents were ordered to shelter in place around 8:30 as hundreds of officers started a manhunt. Meantime, loved ones of the victims gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center.
Friends are here, we're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
At 9:26, police got a call identifying the shooter as 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. At 9:56, officers were notified they found the white Subaru belonging to Card at a boat launch in Lisbon, but not him. Then at 11:52, Lisbon residents were ordered to shelter in place. Police holding a press conference warning the public of the danger.
Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way.
A reunification center was opened at Auburn Middle School, where some got good news and others got the news they feared.
Still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are.
Through the night, police continued their search. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Bowdoin residents were ordered to shelter in place. Then at 10:30 Thursday morning, police confirmed 18 people were killed and 13 others were injured in the shooting. But the search continues for the suspect.
This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal.
The governor was, certainly speaking from the heart. I mean, you could feel the emotion from her, and the end there with the "we will heal," right? I don't know that there's a doubt out there that we will get through this. We've never wanted to have to get through something like this, but I don't think there's any question about what will happen once Robert Card is caught and once we are on the other side of at least that part of this.
Yeah, but this is not normal by any stretch of the imagination, and we want you to know that this will be difficult, and that there is help out there. If you need it, you can just text the word support to the number right there on your screen, 207-828-6622. We'll send you a link to our website, where we have a number of resources we've compiled, a number of phone numbers to call. Of course, if you're in an immediate crisis, a mental health crisis, or you know someone who is, please dial 988 or the main crisis line at 1-888-568-1112.
One of the things I took from Greg Marley this morning, who was from Maine, who joined us, was as everybody has rallied to support their field, as law enforcement has arrived in mass to try to find Robert Card, as extra media members have showed up to help us cover and tell the stories of the people involved here, so has the mental health world. He was telling us this morning that we asked, hey, what are your colleagues saying? And all of them were saying unanimously, what do you need from us? Like, I'm off today, but I'm coming in. I'm opening up my office hours. Whatever it is, they're making themselves available to us so we can get the help that we need, so we can take care of the people that we love. You cannot overstate the importance of our mental health as we process something that our state has never gone through before. None of us who live in Maine and are from Maine, have lived here forever, have ever gone through something like this of this magnitude. And there is no blueprint to go back to the last time this happened, we did this. There isn't one of those. So please make sure you're okay, because there are people counting on all of us, and if we're not, then we won't be able to help them. So use the resources that are available, and thank you to the people providing the resources for us to do that.
Yeah, and that's going to be a night for me, but I know you will be here throughout the morning. We have been having wall-to-wall coverage since this first broke yesterday evening. We will continue to keep you updated, and then we will bring our full coverage back, and I'm sure we will learn more overnight and into the morning.
Yeah, so I'll be here every half hour on the hour. So I'll see you at 12:31 all the way through. When we get to 4 o'clock, okay, Sharon Rose will be here, and the whole morning crew will be here, and we'll start again at 4, and we'll go straight through again. So for now, for the next 4 hours, it'll be every 30 minutes, and then at 4 o'clock, we'll see you straight through. So please stay safe, everybody, and take care of each other.
Take care.